Welcome. Sorry for the slight delay. Thank you for joining us today, both people here in the audience as well as people on streaming. The open meeting of the Federal Election Commission for Thursday, December 17th will come to order. I believe we have some late submitted documents this morning. Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we dispense with the rules on the time of submission of agenda documents in order to consider the following. Agenda document 15-68A, 15-68B, 15-69-A, 15-69-B, 15-65-A, and 15-66-A-1.
All right. Do you have that, Madam Chair? Madam Secretary? I'm already leaving my position.
Want the job?
Yes, right. Happy to turn it over. The Vice Chairman has so moved. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Commissioner Goodman, thank you. Madam Secretary, that motion passes unanimously. The next item on the agenda is item number 1, correction and approval of minutes. Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we approve the minutes for the meeting held on October 29th, 2015, as set forth in agenda document number 15-64-A.
All right. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Madam Secretary, that motion passes unanimously. I'm going to take the moment to give my closing remarks. I'm sorry for those of you who are sitting in the audience waiting for your items to be called. I won't take too long, but I'm really happy to be able to highlight some of the year's accomplishments, and in particular to extend my warmest thanks to the FEC employees for their work on behalf of the public. As I've said many times, this commission is incredibly important to our democracy, and every employee here contributes in some way to the public good, whether they work in RAD or IT, the audit division, the information division, or any of the parts of the agency. Everybody's efforts to ensure that campaign finance laws are understood and followed, or that the money that's spent on funding elections is disclosed, fosters public trust in the political process. I'd like to mention a few people, but because everyone here is a wonderful contributor to the agency, these people are actually emblematic, I think, of the staff, the entire staff of the FEC. Dan Patalis agreed, thankfully, to take on the acting general counsel position this year. Dan approaches this challenging position in a way that exemplifies what all the fine staff here does. He provides fair, balanced advice and applies the facts to the law in a reasoned way. The commission secretary, Sean Woodhead-Worth, and her deputy, Shelley Garr, work tirelessly to manage a mound of records, circulate ballots, track votes, among a myriad other things, and to sit through sometimes excruciating commission meetings, all with grace and diplomacy. Darnell Rose in the administrative division is a kind and very sweet soul. He's always willing to go above and beyond to help and is incredibly affirming at the same time. Judy Ingram and Kathy Carruthers, too, go to great lengths to engage and educate the public, the press, official delegations from foreign countries, and many, many other groups that come to the FEC about the important work of the FEC. And I all our days are always brightened by Ruth Godding, who delivers the press clippings as well as the newspapers to the commissioners. She's a lovely person who's a pleasure to work with. And also a shout out is in order to Eugene Lynch and Kevin Hancock, who coordinate the FEC softball team. In addition to fielding some outstanding players, and that does not include me. My job is generally to buy some beer. I'm good at that. I can do that. They update us, those of us who are on their email list, on the team's exploits on the field, and their updates are hilarious. They do a lot for camaraderie at the agency. And morale, as everyone knows, is an issue for us. We need to do more to truly support our staff. Early this year, I held an all-staff meeting to provide open communication on issues of concern to all the employees. It was, I'm told, by a lot of employees, very successful. And I wanted to continue to have such meetings throughout the year, but my colleagues chose not to approve doing so. I sincerely hope that we can find ways to encourage the great asset the Commission has in its employees. Of the accomplishments this year, none will have a greater impact than the progress we've made in revamping the FEC website. And thanks go out to you, Alec, for that, as well as your staff. Ultimately, campaign finance data will be easily accessible so that our trove of information will be truly provided in a meaningful way to the public. And just today, we updated the beta site with some really important additions. And I urge everyone to go on the beta site and give feedback, because it's through that feedback that we're able to make it more relevant and more useful to the people who use the site. I also believe that we've made a positive step forward in being less insular, more transparent, and more participatory. This year, we've received over 50,000 public comments on matters involving important campaign finance issues, all done through Mr. Nody's fine stewardship. We had a truly public hearing on improving political disclosure and other issues of significance in campaign finance. Dozens of members of the public, including academics and practitioners of campaign finance law, spoke. It was the first time, and I'm absolutely shocking that this is true, but the first time in Commission history that any member of the public was permitted to come to the Commission in a public meeting and provide their views. I recognize that not all commissioners are imbued with the importance of public civic engagement as I am, but I hope that the FEC will now view the work we do as relevant, not only to our important stakeholders, but also to all the citizens of this country. And finally, but before we move to the agenda, I want to specially thank the amazing staff in my office, in particular Sarah Rosensky and Laura Basford. Their work is invaluable to me as well as to the entire Commission, I think, this year. They are fine lawyers and they care passionately about the significance of campaign finance law. So I'm very lucky to have had them work for me this year. Commissioner Weintraub.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't warn you that I was going to do this, but I would like to take a moment of personal privilege.
I have to approve it. I'm still chair, you know.
May I?
Yes, you may.
Thank you so much. I wanted to, first of all, give a shout out to one other person. I agree with you that the advances on the website have been really one of the most exciting things that I've seen at this agency in a long time. And Wei Lu, who is Alex #2, has really taken the lead on making sure it all happened. And if anybody deserves a shout out, I think he does. But I also want to, on a more personal note, note that this will be the last meeting where I will be ably supported by Nicole Kovite-Zeitler, my personal counsel in my office, one of two. Commissioners only have 2 or 3 people that work directly for them, and they are so, so important to our ability to get our jobs done. Nicole has been working for me for a couple of years and has served with intelligence and grace and good humor, and has really, I've been enriched by all of her great skills. She's leaving us to go litigate disability rights cases for the Department of Justice, important work that is near and dear to both her and my heart and soul. So I wish her, I know she will be fabulous in this new position and will do great work. And I am going to miss her, but I wish her well, as I know the entire commission does. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, the next item on the agenda is item 3. This is Draft Advisory Opinion 2015-13, Reed. And today, yes, 2 of the commissioners are recused and will be stepping out. Stepping down? Okay, stepping down from the dais. And we have Jessica Selenkoff and Bob Knopp from OGC here to discuss the matter, and also Mark Elias and Jonathan Burkon, if you want to come to the council table. From Perkins Coie, they are counsel for the requesters. Welcome to both of you. Thank you for being here. Ms. Selenkoff, would you like to make a presentation?
Thank you, Chair
Thank
Revel.
you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Agenda documents 1568A and B present 2 draft advisory opinions in response to a request by Senator Harry Reid. After decades in the Senate, including 8 years as Senate Majority Leader, Senator Reid is retiring. He asks 2 questions. First, whether he may use campaign funds to pay the costs of a full-time assistant after his retirement for certain enumerated tasks. And second, whether his leadership PAC may pay the winding down costs of the Senate office. The drafts differ on question 1. Draft A concludes that Senator Reid may use campaign funds to pay the assistant as proposed, so long as the assistant does not engage in tasks that would also be personal use, as described in the draft. Draft B concludes that any payment to the assistant, except for assistance in the storage and archiving of materials to wind down the office, would itself be prohibited personal use of campaign funds. On question 2, both drafts conclude that under the Act and Commission regulations, the leadership PAC may pay the winding down costs of the Senate office. The Commission received 1 comment on their drafts from the requester. Though these may not be the drafts you're looking for, I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Nice. Well done.
Are there any comments, questions from commissioners?
Well,
Commissioner Goodman.
let me just say, this issue of personal use vexes us. It's a case-by-case determination. It has vexed us in the enforcement context, particularly the area of litigation. You know, there are cases that fall on both sides of the issue. It is, however, one issue that has generally united the commission. The libertarian view of the interpretation of our code and regulations largely depends on the personal use prohibition, because the personal use prohibition to libertarians is what divides, it is the dividing line between what is personal, what constitutes bribery and gives rise to direct corruption, versus what is free speech, and what does not go into the pocket to enrich the individual office holder. And so So this is one area where we are in court right now with a former senator suing over personal use. We are in court right now with a former candidate for Senate in Delaware suing over less than $20,000 in personal use. Although it's not public, we had a vote this week on the issue of personal use. So it is incredibly important that we draw this line very carefully because it is, for me at least, it is what allows me to argue that campaign money is free speech and free association and funds those activities. So this request asks us to take essentially all members of Congress and interpret their lives after they were in Congress to allow them to use those campaign funds to essentially choose to continue to be public people. Many members of Congress go off into the twilight, do not intend to correspond and give a lot of speeches, do not intend to travel to continue to speak about their past tenures in office. And so it is a very generic request, a very ordinary request for activities that every member of Congress will have to some extent. It is not unique. It is not necessitated. These activities are not necessitated by one's former tenure in office, the way they were in the Kerry case. And this is where we often have disputes here in the commission is the extent of relatedness, the extent of sort of a residual obligation that arose out of a campaign. So I guess my fundamental concern about where we're being asked to open this door further than winding down costs is that the benefits that will accrue to all members of Congress under this read will be all campaign funds, will then be available to fund the administrative overhead of being a former member of Congress, and to maintain their speaking, writing, so long as they discuss the fact that they were a former member of Congress. And there is nothing particularly unique or necessary about this choice. And the fact that many members of Congress choose to do this and choose to do it at the expense of think tanks, nonprofits, shows that there are many other ways to fund this choice after you leave office, but it is not necessitated by your former service or your former candidate status. So that's why I am leaning toward the draft B before us today. It's because this line is important and because this request appears to open up there is no end to it. Every member of Congress will always be a former member of Congress, will always have requests to speak, write, publish, fact check, do all of the things that are here. And what it essentially suggests is that campaign funds can go with members of Congress after they leave to, without end, speak, write, discuss their former tenures in office. And that's what I'm struggling with here is the generic nature of this post-retirement, what would essentially be a post-retirement pension, administrative pension fund.
Thank you. I mean, you're right. We generally are in concert on the issue of personal use, and personal use is a major concern. I do not see this request to be as broad as you are suggesting. In fact, I think it is clearly constrained in a way that would only be applicable not to every single member of Congress who ever sits in Congress for 1 2-year term and then leaves. This is applicable to a person who has been the majority leader for many years, who has performed an important function in our government for many years, who probably during that time had so much to do that he was unable to do some of the things that's necessary, not only for the winding down of the office, but also to be able to communicate to the American public as a important figure and public official, not necessarily as just a person who's been there a couple of years and is trying to make personal use of their campaign funds. In fact, it's being constrained. He obviously can't be used for any activity that will remunerate him in any way. So he can't do it for book tours or for any other activities that are beyond what would be a public purpose here. And I see this draft A, which I wholeheartedly support, as being the appropriate mechanism for a person who will continue to be doing a public service as a historic figure in our country, to achieve purposes that are important to the American public. So I myself don't think in this case the line is hard to draw.
I would just argue that this request for draft A would indeed allow every member of Congress to have an administrative fund to travel around the world on a book tour, so long as they are not earning a royalty from the book, and so long as the book addresses the work they did when they were a member of Congress. And it is too subjective a line to say that just because one member of Congress was there longer than another, how do we ever draw that line? Who was important in the Congress and who was not?
It's not just about length. It's about position as well.
Who? I mean, how do we draw that line? We think you were important enough to walk away with an administrative slush fund. We don't think you were important enough. I've just finished reading.
It's not based. He has. I'm sorry. You do have the floor, but I don't want you to think that I'm saying that it should be applicable, and that we're going to be making subjective decisions about who's important. We're making decisions about the position that was held in our system.
So is your position that A will only apply to leadership positions?
That's how I read it.
Where will you draw the line? Will you draw the line at a subcommittee chairman or ranking member? I just finished reading the biography of Jack Kemp, and Morton Kondracki calls him the most important member of Congress who never became president of the 20th century. Would Jack Kemp have been important enough, even though Jack Kemp was never a committee chairman? Was never may have been deputy whip at one point. Is that high enough under draft A?
Look, this is as you have said many times and we've discussed, AO requests apply to the facts that are before us. We cannot be opining about any of your, potential individuals, Jack Kemp or anybody else. Those will come before us later, and we can make those determinations at that time. This one relates to someone that I think comes clearly within the commission precedents and the law. And so I think that in this particular circumstance, it's clearly permissible.
So just so I understand, you support allowing all former leaders of either the Democratic Party or the Republican Party in the House or Senate to have a perpetual administrative fund with whatever funds are left over in their campaign account, but not other members, but draft A will not necessarily allow other members of Congress to do that.
I support this draft A as it relates to the question that's presented is, may Senator Reid, I'm not talking about former leaders or anybody else, may he use the funds to pay the salary and related costs, which I believe we agree on. And, well, I guess, and may Senator Reid use leadership PAC funds to pay wind down costs of his Senate office. That's what we're looking at today, and that's what I support. Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask a question of Mr. Elias on this one as well. As you indicate in your request and also in the letter that you submitted with respect to this draft, that the carry AO is probably the one that's the most on point. It's definitely a pretty expansive. In fact, as you point out, it was about an individual who was no longer a candidate, who was using campaign funds to defend themselves from charges arising from activities that happened before that individual ever ran for office.
Correct. It involved former Senator Kerry.
Yes. Yeah.
When he
Bob
was
Kerry,
Bob
the
Kerry,
Nebraska
I'm sorry, Bob
senator,
Kerry
as
of
opposed
Nebraska.
to
Correct.
as opposed to the current
And
Secretary of State.
accusations that arose regarding Senator Kerry's service in Vietnam, Senator Bob Kerry's service in Vietnam. The allegations arose after he was out of the Senate.
Right.
And the allegations involve conduct, from years and years ago, from the Vietnam War.
Right.
So just to clarify for the record what the.
And it's, it's a very, that sets a pretty broad standard on what former members may do with their campaign funds. At the very end of that opinion, the commission, perhaps in an effort to contain the reach of that opinion, near the end says the commission notes that this is a unique situation, and as indicated above, this opinion's conclusion is based on the case-by-case determination provisions of 11 CFR 113.1 G1 Romanet 2. This opinion does not establish any general rule regarding the use of campaign funds by former candidates or federal office holders for public relations expenses. I wasn't here at that time. I was a young associate. And so I don't recall all the to and fro that went into this matter. But clearly, I believe your interpretation would be that this advisory opinion isn't necessarily just a one-time, one-train-only situation. That this established a broader precedent than just the unique circumstances that arose in the Bob Kerry advisory opinion request.
So I think the answer is yes and no. I mean, to begin with, a point that I think the chair makes, which is exactly right, and which I echoed, frankly, or I said, and which, frankly, the Republican commissioners were echoing only a few weeks ago when I was here, is that every advisory opinion is about the people before you. So in some sense, every advisory opinion ends with a admonition that the advisory opinion is for the facts that are presented. So these are not rulemakings, they are advisory opinions. And yes, advisory opinions are cited, advisory opinions are looked to for legal theories, but the advisory opinion is for what it is. And as you remember a few weeks ago when I was here and we were talking about super PACs and event size and the like, the disagreement I was having with some of the Democratic commissioners was, we don't need to decide what to do with every other super PAC. I'm here on behalf of 2 actual super PACs. And likewise, I don't think that, so in some respects, the Kerry language reflects the fact that Bob Kerry, former Senator Kerry, was an individual. He faced a actual set of circumstances and that opinion related to him. Now, and likewise, we are here on behalf of an individual who is, in fact, not a leader, not some leader, but is in fact, has been the majority leader of the United States Senate. That is in fact a relatively small group of people who might have substantially identical facts. Now, what I do think is relevant from the Kerry AO, and Commissioner Goodman, I think is a fair point, is that we do look to the AOs for the legal principles. And I I sort of vary between amusement and dismay that the commission, for whatever its reasons, and I will just leave those reasons aside, might abandon what has been actually a pretty workable rule for Democratic and Republican candidates and Democratic and Republican office holders for years, which is a case-by-case determination, and which was embodied in the Kerry AO, and to set that entirely aside in favor of what is a very restrictive, bright-line rule that would in fact overrule the Kerry AO. And I think that before the commission would take such a fateful step, I would encourage it to think about the fact that that is in fact the step it would be taking, because that will have wide-ranging implications. I promise you, it will have wide-ranging implications on the Republican side as well as the Democratic side, because there are a number of circumstances not presented here in which Republicans and Democrats alike rely on the current interpretations of personal use and the Kerry AO language. And if, in fact, that is not the case moving forward, and it has, in fact, never been the case because Kerry was just sort of its own thing, that will have wide-ranging implications. And this commission will be embracing those wide-ranging implications in the near future. So that's, I would just think that the commission ought to ponder the importance of taking such a dramatic step in the development of its personal use rules.
Commissioner Goodman.
What if a commissioner adhered to the result of draft B, but wanted to rewrite it to say, I don't find Senator Reid's situation presented here particularly unique or compelling or necessary, and I don't find the activities that Senator Reid proposes to engage in here post-tenure to be particularly unique or necessary like Senator Kerry's. So we have a very fact-specific, we just say we're not persuaded that Senator Reid's activities here exist irrespective of what is essentially a personal choice to remain a public figure and to speak and write and do those things. And what if we were to step back from the broader language and just say we just don't find this one compelling, we just don't find this one to meet the test?
So I think it would be a factual question that you would not find that the expenses at issue, and I'm quoting, would not have occurred if, and now I'm gonna put Senator Reid's name in, if Senator Reid had not been a prominent senator and prominent federal candidate. Now, you could make a determination as a factual matter that you believe that the former majority leader, the current Democratic leader, the longest serving Democratic leader, I believe, in the history of the country, is in fact not a prominent senator and a prominent federal candidate. The agency would then be subject to whatever review comes with its factual determinations, but I would say that you would be wrong to do it. But
May I interrupt?
Yeah.
Let's say I concede he is a former long-standing senator. I'm just not convinced that the activities that he proposes to fund here were necessitated by that distinguished and long career in the Senate, that they are a personal choice of his to engage in those things that many people that were also had distinguished careers choose not to do. It is not compelled by, it is not necessitated by any prior campaign or tenure. So I can concede he was important, has had a long distinguished career, and yet the decision to do this after, I do not find that it meets the irrespective test.
Right, and what I'm saying is that I think if you go down that road, then you do have to decide whether to just overturn Kerry and live with the consequence of that, because I don't know how Senator Kerry made any less of a choice post-service to be prominent, to give speeches, to engage in all of the things you just said. And yet the commission based the analysis on the facts that it did and based on the tests that it did.
I believe that the commission could say no to this request, consistent with the advisory opinion to Senator Kerry. And we have had to struggle on this very issue in the enforcement context in drawing this line, where, for example, one member, former member, had ongoing litigation. Well, we've had two members, both of whom had ongoing litigation. And the question was, how related or necessary was that ongoing litigation to fund out of campaign funds to his or her prior campaign? And in one case, we said, you know, that litigation directly arose from and was related to a campaign issue, and it is residual after the loss of an election. This one arose, but it's not sufficiently related, and so we have reconciled very similar post-candidacy activities before and said one is and one is not personal use. We could do that here. The facts of Senator Kerry are that as a candidate, he started facing what he considered.
And not as a candidate.
Excuse me?
It was not as a candidate.
I'm sorry, the opinion says it arose during his campaigns and period of being a.
Earlier campaigns. He, at this point, had been retired.
By the way, Senator Kerry may also represent sort of the outer limit, but there is language in the Kerry advisory opinion about how this was visited upon him as a consequence of being a candidate and senator necessarily, and it was residual, and it was somewhat unavoidable, and the commission made a very close call. By contrast, one could reconcile a no answer here by saying this is not a unique circumstance. This is not like the litigation or a specific issue that arose in the campaign. This is an open-ended, generic, post-retirement plan to remain a public figure and to affirmatively engage in public life by publishing, writing, researching, traveling to give speeches. And that is a very different request to continue activities in the future. And it is of a generic sort that all members of Congress would have that choice to do to some extent. I agree that a member of Congress who was in Congress 2 or 4 years may have less claim on his or her time in retirement, may not be invited to speak in Brussels and around the world, but they would be of the same kind of activities, whether one was traveling locally to give speeches to League of Women Voters and Chambers of Commerce versus whether one wants to, travel the world to speak and write and publish. And so my point is, I think that draft B can be reconciled with the Kerry opinion. We draw these lines all the time. And to me, it looks like it's far more generic than what the very specific circumstances that Senator Kerry was facing. We've had to make these tough calls and very difficult distinctions, as I say, in other contexts. You can react to that. I want to give you.
Do you want to respond to that?
I obviously think that I guess I'd offer two reactions. First of all, draft B doesn't actually say that. Okay, so you have asked me whether it could say that. It doesn't, as currently drafted, number one. Number two, I don't think it would come to the right conclusion. I don't think reconciling it with Kerry is as easy as you. I haven't seen draft B. I haven't had a chance to, or I guess it would be draft C, and therefore I haven't had a chance to react to it. I don't think it's going to be as easy as you propose that it would be. I think, in fact, I think it's very difficult to reconcile Kerry with a no answer here. But I don't want to prejudge. I have prejudged what I think the right answer is, but I haven't prejudged an analysis because I haven't seen the analysis.
Right. Madam Chair.
Do you have a follow-up to that question, or can we
Oh, if
turn
someone else
to?
has a question,
Yes,
please do.
Commissioner Hunter. Oh,
I just wanted to talk about, following along on what Commissioner Goodman was talking about. So the last time you were here, we did talk about the provision in the statute 52 USC 30108 C1B. Any person involved in a specific transaction or activity which is indistinguishable in all its material aspects from the transaction or activity with respect to which this advisory opinion is rendered may rely on this advisory opinion. And I think maybe I think we're saying the same thing here that we said the last time you were here, which is when you were here before, the Republicans were saying, or at least I was saying, we don't have to sit around and write and do a rulemaking for every, idea in the world. But if we say yes to you so that one person could fundraise for a candidate, put on a different hat and fundraise for a super PAC or a 501c4 or whoever, any other person similarly situated could do the same thing. And that's the point that at least I was making back then. This is an important provision of the act, because I don't think it's appropriate for every person to come in and have to ask for an advisory opinion. Of course, unless there's a fact that's materially distinguishable. So under the law, how is it different that Harry Reid was the leader for a very long time, and maybe there's a freshman member of Congress who only stayed one term, but was very consequential, did a lot of great things and made a lot of great speeches, and he or she wants to go out and do the same thing. Now, he might not get invited to as many things, but what's the legal distinction there?
Well, the point I was making is two things. First is the direct question I think I was asked is about the language in the CARE-AO, saying
Right.
that it was limited to the facts and
I
circumstances.
would have never signed off on that. I didn't vote
But-
for that.
Okay,
It doesn't,
right.
it to me, that runs contrary to the statute.
the entire advisory opinion or that?
Particularly that part.
That it only applies to.
Yeah, I mean, that.
Right, so I was harmonizing it by saying, look, in some respects, that's not particularly important language because
Right.
it is another way of stating that advisory opinions are only relied upon for material, what you just read.
Right.
Right, so
Right.
the direct answer I was giving was actually to say that language, I think Commissioner Peterson was asking me, what are we to make of that language? And you're saying you don't agree with that language. And I'm saying, I don't think that language means very much because I think it's just another way, and I don't know what at the time, whether the commission was just making itself feel better by including it twice. But I think it is just duplicative of the general prohibition, Commissioner Hunter, that you're.
I don't think so. But what I'm asking you is, what is the legally, what makes Harry Reid different legally under the personal use statute? I think we're misreading the provision that I read to you. So moving on from that, what makes him, the facts of his tenure, materially distinguishable under the personal use provision to the freshman member who did a lot of great things?
So like I said, this was the other part of my answer,
Okay.
Commissioner Hunter, this is what I sometimes find myself having discussion with Democratic commissioners about at these hearings, which is, honestly, I don't think we need to answer that question. Like, I don't know. Maybe there is no distinction. Maybe there is a world of distinction. This isn't a rulemaking. They're not here, right? Those freshman members of Congress aren't before you. So we sometimes at this agency, and candidly, it is more often among the Democratic commissioners than the Republican commissioners, but here we are with the Republican commissioners trying to figure out if we answer this question, what does it mean for a whole bunch of other things that haven't been asked? So I don't know. I don't know what it would mean for another member of Congress. I don't know what it would mean for a freshman who had no distinguished record. I don't know if it would mean for a freshman who had a lot of distinguished record.
But why are you even bringing up that he's been there for very long? Why is that relevant to the legal question before us?
I think the fact that he is the majority leader of the Senate goes to the nature and volume of work that relates to his official office. If I got in the next advisory opinion, I got a call asking how much time an intern, a college intern, spent on vetting. If I had not told you that he was the Senate Majority Leader, I would have gotten a call saying, "Can you tell me more about his tenure?" I mean, I think it's a reasonable thing for the commission to consider and know that the person asking the request about post-service activities and the length of time and the scope of the duties was in fact a long-serving Senate Majority Leader.
So-
Now, if your question is, would you have known that if I had not said it?
No, that's not my question.
Oh, okay.
So is the fact that he's been there, I think what you're saying is the fact that he's been there for a long time is legally significant because he has more work to do afterward.
Commissioner, it may be legally significant. You may say it's legally insignificant. What I'm saying is this is the actual request. The person actually before you did all those things.
Because if it's not legally significant, then I don't think we should tie that to the legal analysis. That belongs in the factual section where we say it just so happens that he's a distinguished member who served for a long time. But in the legal analysis, it may not be relevant. And so the freshman member might, have the same ability to use the campaign funds after he leaves that the leader does.
Again, this is you are describing a draft that does not exist before me, right? If you're asking is if there was a draft that said, yes, you may do these things.
Right.
And the fact that you are the Senate Majority Leader is irrelevant because all members of Congress could do it. That would be I guess that would be now draft D. I'd be happy to look at that and offer comment to that as well.
But do you if you want to think about it, that's fine, but just, are you able to opine on that now? Would there be an issue to say that?
I'd want to see what the analysis was.
Okay.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just, I think now we've talked at length about each advisory opinion request is unique in certain aspects. But as you pointed out, we try to look at past advisory opinions to try to divine the legal principles that are going to guide the commission going forward. And just one other one I wanted to address, going back to the Kerry AO, is it, just to quote that sentence, the one sentence, not the unique circumstances, but talking about the general rule regarding use of campaign funds by former candidates or federal office holders for public relations expenses. Just wanted to address quickly that issue of public relations expenses. We've had a number of AOs that have dealt with that where members have had a scandal or something that's arisen, and the commission has stated that paying for public relations expenses related to that scandal or matter of public concern are permissible uses and don't violate the personal use prohibition. If Kerry were to be considered a advisory opinion that's within that kind of scope of advisory opinions, where this really is not a general personal use considerate, what can you do post-retirement with your funds, but is more a, kind of cabined into the public relations expenses line of advisory opinions. Then that could potentially be a distinction between the current circumstances and that are presented in the Reid request and the Kerry request. But I just wanted to, and I'll just state up front, I have not landed on a particular position right now, and so I'm asking these not as leading questions or trying to be clever. I'm genuinely trying to figure out how to decide this case in light of what we've said before. And I'll state up front that if I'd been here for Kerry, I'm not sure I would have decided the way that it was decided, but it has been on the books for a decade and a half, and I'll trust your representation that it's been relied upon extensively by many members of both parties since that time. And when I first read this, I thought this is pretty much this may be dispositive of the question. And even if I would have decided something differently in the initial instance, we may have to continue to travel down the path that this established. But as I read that, I just wanted to. I've been puzzling in my own mind about whether or not this case really stands for a narrower proposition of just the category of expenses relating to public relations and the advisory opinions that have kind of been in that realm, or does this establish a much broader principle that the Reid request would then fit within comfortably? So I just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, first of all, Mr. Vice Chairman, I'll pay you this compliment, not because you said you're still open-minded, not that all, it sounds like all of you are open-minded. So I don't mean to distinguish from your colleague, but your questions are always thoughtful and they're appreciated. I think you've, again, not that all of the questions have not been thoughtful, they have been, but I think you put your finger on something that I think is important. I think that if you were to take a step back and there had never been any of these AOs, like nothing, no carry, no trafficant, I think was one of the early ones, if I recall, none of these. I think you probably would have put PR services probably more on the personal side than like dealing with things that relate to service in office. I mean, just as like an abstract matter. So I'm not sure it gets you very far if you conceived of the world that way, because it's that's actually cabining it into that box is a really big box. I mean, something that is not present here, but like the whole line of cases or MERS or AOs involving legal fees would seem actually cleaner if you were starting with a blank slate than that. And so I'm not sure cabining it, I'm not sure where that goes.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay. And if I could just ask, shifting to the second question, which dealt with leadership PACs.
Yes.
Now, when I first read this, I have to admit that my prior life as chief counsel at the Senate Rules Committee kicked in, and because when I read this question initially, and it relates to winding down expenses. Winding down expenses have been categorized, I think, even by rule, are considered to be official expenses of an office holder. And at least I don't know if things have changed in the 7.5 years since I've left, but I remember issues coming up whether or not leadership PAC funds could be used for officially, expenses related to official expenses, official office holder expenses, I should say. And so that set off maybe a bout of nostalgia, or at least questions that I'd previously had in my mind. And I just want to clarify that the scope and the nature of the argument you're making on this front. It's basically we have to ignore whatever Senate rules might say with respect to leadership PAC funds and how they may be used for official office holder expenses. Under what's formerly 439A, we have a list of expenses that are permissible for authorized committees, and it goes through the enumerated list. But what you're saying, but you're not, when it comes to leadership PAC, there's no kind of analogous provision, and you're coming to us.
analogous provision.
For leadership PAC funds, what may be a permissible use for it? Because
Saying the personal use prohibition.
Yes. Yeah, the reason, and the reason I ask this is when I first read this, and I thought the argument might be being made that you're making the argument that since a contribution received by a leadership PAC may be considered a contribution accepted by a candidate under what was formerly 439A. Therefore, since those under that provision, the ordinary and necessary expenses incurred in connection with duties as an office holder may be paid under that. Therefore, leadership PAC funds should be able to be used to defray the cost of winding down. And obviously, if that were the line of analysis, then that would apply the personal use prohibition to leadership PACs, which has been a subject of much discussion beyond this advisory opinion, and that right. Kind of triggered some alarm bells in my head. And
right.
And then as I've been puzzling through, I take it that is not the line of analysis that you are applying in your request.
No.
With respect to how leadership PAC funds may potentially be permissible to be used to pay down, winding down expenses.
So I thought when I saw draft B, what it was going to say was, and I was wrong, but what I thought draft B would say is there are no personal use rules that apply to leadership PAC funds, go forth. Because I know this has been an issue that I was, candidly, I'll give you insight into my thinking, I was trying not to wade into. It would be a perfectly acceptable response to say, yes, you can use leadership PAC funds because they're leadership PAC funds, and we just don't think that personal use, the prohibitions apply at all. Or others could say, we think it does, but they're okay here. Like I was honestly, I thought the fault line in this discussion might actually hinge on that, and I was trying not to get in a deadlock where I was caught up in that. If I can stay agnostic for the purposes of today, on that fault line. But
Okay.
you're correct in that we are not advocating that they do, that the personal use rules do apply.
Mm-hmm.
We are also not looking to alienate any vote from someone who thinks they apply.
Okay. I gathered that as I was going over this late again last night. Because as I was looking at it, in some ways, the analysis that's in the draft could almost be switched. You could almost say, well, use your leadership PAC funds to pay for the assistant, and use your authorized committee to pay for the winding down, and this would be a
Like I said,
slam dunk
I
case.
envision draft B would lead with the we don't think there's any restrictions on leadership PAC funds. I had assumed that with a 6-person commission, and I don't think it's probably any different with 4-person, it's probably less true, even more true with 4-person commission, that we were going to get 4 votes on that proposition. So I was trying to, in the draft, frankly, just not engage one side or the other into a feeling like I was tipping that scale. Does that make sense?
That makes
That
sense, eminent sense to me. Unless there are more questions for Mr. Elias, I wonder whether we might, if he agrees to extend the time, that we might put this over so that perhaps we can have discussions amongst ourselves and reach some sort of potential middle ground. Commissioner Goodman.
Are you talking about pushing it to the January public meeting?
Yes.
I take a center reach,
Yes.
not retiring.
I
We're not
think-
in right. I was going to say, this is one of the rare instances where I can tell you I don't have urgency.
I
So
think
tell me what time you all
January.
need, and that's fine.
I'd say January.
I would ask council, what would be a couple of days after the the scheduled meeting proposed on the calendar that I think we're going to adopt today?
Right.
What would be
I think
about 3 days after that?
I think the proposed schedule has the 14th as the first meeting, so if that's a Thursday, the 18th,
You'd want to go to the following Monday, I think,
rather than one day. Would
or
be
maybe
nice
the
to-
next Tuesday.
I-
There's
either of
really
those
no,
would be
there's
fine.
no time pressure on it. So this is really one of those places, take advantage of whatever.
And I take it by your comments that you accept that.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. And
All
so
right.
you pick a date, and that's fine.
You're fine with it.
I'm fine with it. You can pick it out, and frankly, after
Commissioner
you.
Goodman.
I'm sorry.
We can deal with this after the
Okay.
meeting.
Yeah, I was going to say, you can, I'll be
Okay.
amenable to anything that's
So-
before like November of next year.
Man, I think that's a constructive approach. I'm still struggling with some of these issues.
Right.
And so I would like more time. And I think this colloquy helps crystallize some issues. But I do have a couple more questions
Oh,
while
please,
we have
please.
Mr. Elias here.
Please go forward.
What's unique about this is personal use, and in the regulations, it is specifically a case-by-case determination, personal use. We have other areas that are case-by-case. Not everything is a case-by-case. I agree. However, you argue here today that members of Congress have relied and are relying on the Cary AO to comport their behavior. And if we issue this opinion, members of Congress will they will look to this AO to comport their behavior. And there is the specific provision in the advisory opinion regulation that someone who has materially the same circumstances. And so the distinction between a 30-year member who was a leader versus a 10-year member who was an assistant whip may be lost on many people. So I think we do have to consider what message this sends to members about whether they're going to be able to retire with an administrative pension fund to pay for post-retirement speaking, writing, and to offset the expenses of travel and what have you. So I do think we have to consider that. But I do think your point about thinking very hard about the Kerry opinion and how we write, however we decide this use is an important thing we need to consider. So I appreciate more time to do that. Let me ask you, if, and this is a hypothetical, if it appeared that given the 4 commissioners who comprise the commission on this issue, because 2 are recused, that on the issue of personal use, there was going to be a split of 3 to 1. And that was unavoidable. Would you then like us to address the issue of leadership PAC funds and their use? Would you then like us to, if the first question is going to be 3?
So I don't know. I'd like to think about that. And I'd like to talk internally about it. I'd like to talk to the general counsel's office about it. I will invite something which I don't think has ever been said in a public meeting, but I'll say it. I would invite, frankly, having ex parte communications with you all. You are free to note them. My position is going to be the same in private as it was in public. Happy to, they can be videotaped as far as I'm concerned. But the rules permit ex parte communications around these things. They just require that they be noted. And if this is a place, and it may not be, this may be that it is easier for you all to work it out without us in being involved. But if this is a place where a continued discussion about some of these issues is useful, I will just tell you, I do not have an aversion to you saying, I talked to Mark Elias, I asked his opinion. I mean, my opinion is we filed comments what our opinion is. So I only offer that in that I'm not going to proactively interject myself in your discussions as you go forward, but if there is a useful dialogue to be had around some of this, I'm happy to continue to have it.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Goodman.
Just so that I understand your nuanced legal proposition to us, I take it that your argument that Senator Reid can take the funds left over in campaign account for these types of retirement activities is based on sort of a twofold legal argument, and one is under 113.2, that in your position they would constitute the ordinary and necessary expenses in connection with the senator's duties as a holder of federal office? In other words, under 113. I think you concede that these are not campaign expenditures. And so we have to begin our analysis at 113.2, which is permissible non-campaign use of funds. Just so let me know if I'm not following the legal analysis. So no one is contending that these are campaign expenditures. In your request,
That's what I'm looking
you
at.
make clear, for example, on page, I'm missing a page number, page 2, that the materials that will be worked on and on which this administrative expenditure will be made relate to Leader Reid's tenure in office.
Right.
In other words, there's not an argument that it arises from his residual from a campaign.
No, I think that's right. I think
Okay.
to the extent there is residual from the campaign, frankly, I didn't feel like I needed to.
I understand. I just want to be sure I'm analyzing this
Yes.
through the right rubric, okay? So we need to refer to section 113.2, permissible non-campaign use of funds, which leads off that a permissible non-use will be ordinary and necessary expenses in connection with the senator's duties as a holder of federal office as point 1. And then one of those enumerated examples would be any other lawful purpose.
Right.
Okay? So it could be either, really. I mean,
Right.
one's an example, but it's not limited to the
Correct.
enumerated one. So if I don't find it to be a necessary expense in connection with the senator's duties as a former holder of federal office, I might nonetheless find that it's an other lawful
lawful
purpose, in which case I'm then thrust upon determining whether I think this is personal use or not.
Correct.
Under 113.1. Am I
Exactly.
at least walking through the
Yes,
correct
you
analysis?
are.
Now, am I missing any other analytical step? Okay, thank you.
No, that's,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
thank you.
Good discussion. And
I'm
I
not
think
gonna-
you're here, you
I'm not
don't
gonna
have to
move
get
since
up.
I'm-
You do
Yeah,
not have
thank
to
you.
get up. Absolutely. Okay. Of course, I have to. All right. So item number 4 is draft advisory opinion 2015-14, Hillary for America. And today, we have Samuel Levore, Sean Wright, and Bob Knott here to discuss the matter. We also, once again, have Mark Elias and Jacqueline Lopez from Perkins Coie here. Counsel for the requester, welcome. Welcome, Ms. Lopez. Is there a, oh, sorry.
Commissioner Walther.
Oh,
I didn't think he was recused from this. Was
no, I don't believe he is. Well, I have you all in rapt attention. I do want to mention that Sam Levore is, I believe this is his last day. Is he here? Ah, there you are. And he's presented on numerous occasions before the commission. He's an intern at the FEC and has done amazing work, and we're going to miss you. Thank you very much for the work that you did on our behalf. Really appreciate it. He is Commissioner Walther. Thank you. Okay. Would you like to give a presentation, please?
Thank you, Chair Ravel, and good morning, Commissioners. Before you is Agenda Document 1569, which contains 2 draft responses to an advisory opinion request by Hillary for America. The request asks, through 5 distinct questions, whether DePauw University may provide a stipend and academic credit to a student who is interned in the requester's compliance and vetting departments. Both drafts A and B conclude that the provision of a stipend is permissible under the Act and Commission regulations for the legal and compliance services that the student provided, but not for her other campaign work. The drafts also conclude that the provision of academic credit is permissible for all of the student's work. The Commission received 2 comments on the request and 1 comment on the drafts. Thank you, and I'd be happy to address any questions you have.
Thank you. Are there any questions for OGC? No? Hearing none. Questions for council? Hearing none. Anybody wish to comment on this matter? No? All right. Is, Commissioner Goodman?
Well, I just want to give Mr. Elias this opportunity. It edifies these meetings. There are 2 drafts out. Could you just explain your perception and take on the 2?
So it is rare that I think that on a bipartisan basis, the commission got it entirely wrong. So that's what I think. I think that, I almost said something in the last discussion
Good thing you did.
that tied the two together. But so I'll make Commissioner Peterson, because it was aimed at a question you asked. I feel like in 1979, in a world that was very different, in an FEC that was almost unrecognizable by today, the commission got something wrong, and now there is like a reluctance to do anything about it. The fact is that DePauw University is willing to pay a stipend to a student who is getting academic credit, quote, for the sole purpose of assisting her with her educational experience. And the commission is on the precipice of saying that that is a impermissible payment and contribution from the university to a campaign, which is honestly preposterous. I realize I have currently no votes for the position that I'm advocating. But I think if you ask most Americans whether the financial aid that that a university pays to a student is a contribution if that student then volunteers for a campaign, the answer would be no. I think all of you would say the answer is no. That if you get a Pell Grant or you get a student loan that allows you as a student to do an internship, it's not a campaign contribution. Here, because the payment that is being made to the student which is solely for the purpose of assisting her with their educational experience, you have turned this somehow into some, and by the way, she could be interning for anything. Like, this is not like go intern for campaigns. This is like go intern in the world. So like all of her other friends get to be paid by the university, get a stipend by the university. I shouldn't say get paid, get a stipend from the university to further their educational experience, except an agency in Washington, D.C. has said that if your way of furthering your educational experience is to intern on a campaign, then you need to turn the money back, which is essentially saying you need to turn back for part of your financial aid. So I would ask you all to reconsider whether in 1979 the commission got this right, or whether the facts here actually apply to this. But in a world in which this commission is tackling a lot of problems of money in politics, universities providing educational stipends so that their students can intern in politics does not strike me as a place that this body ought to be putting down the hammer. So that's the little spiel that I have for you today.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On that point, I mean, I think you raised some very good points that and I guess this does tie into the last one. As I mentioned in the last one, if I'd been here for the original Bob Kerrey AO, I might have voted differently. I don't know for sure, but I might have. But let's say that I would have voted for a different principle. But if I decide that that's the kind of the governing precedent, as it were, that may lead me to continue to support a draft that would be in line with what you want the request to be. And this presents kind of a similar situation where there might be a precedent out there that
why I said
been there in the
I'd tie
first
it.
instance. Yeah. So if I should continue to follow precedent that I may not necessarily agree with in one instance, what would be the grounds for advocating maintaining that adherence versus in a different case where, yeah, again, if I were to evaluate this in the first instance again, I might vote differently, but there is some water under the bridge here. What would be, from my perspective, what would be the principled reason to supersede one and not supersede the other?
Yeah, great question. So as you might imagine, I thought of that. Since I raised the tie together. I think there are two things that distinguish it. The first is, as I mentioned, the Kerry AO is relatively recent, and it is in fact part of the fabric of a fairly dynamic area of the law, as you all have pointed out. The personal use rules are something that campaigns tackle regularly, and members of Congress on both sides of the aisle, Democrats and Republicans, have to deal with. And Kerry is there. It is a recent fact on the ground that people are contending with and relying upon. This is a very old AO, and I suspect, this is now not knowledge, this is suspicion. I would bet you that many colleges and many campaigns are unaware of this. And in fact, there is widespread payment of stipends to people in colleges to do internships, and the colleges are not distinguishing based on the kind of internship. So I think you have in this 1979 precedent, frankly, something that if my client and I were not super attentive to the law, this is one of those things that people would just be largely ignoring, because that old AO is so old and so counterintuitive and counter to common sense and unsupported by the statute that I don't think most campaigns would think. I don't think most House and Senate campaigns, unless they happen to have a sophisticated campaign finance lawyer, would think that if someone got a stipend from a local college, that they couldn't intern at a campaign. So I just think there's a very different set of that. But again, that's suspicion. That's not hard data. But I mean, this doesn't come up as a significant barrier in my experience in dealing with universities as something that they have thought of.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Walton.
Well, my thought is, if you're inclined to have us take a run at rethinking some of this, I think we ought to do it and then come back in the next meeting.
And again,
That would be my motion.
I'm sorry, could you
Just
repeat it?
just to table this till the next meeting and we could reconsider some of these older thoughts and what to do with them.
Commissioner Weintraub.
My colleagues want more time to think about this. Of course, we should take it and have a well-considered decision. Here's one of the things that I would be thinking about during that time, and I would appreciate your insights. You talked about how the world has changed since 1979, and one of the things that has changed, particularly since 2010, is that there appears to be a whole lot more creativity going on out there in terms of who is funding various aspects of campaign operations. There are campaigns out there that appear to be, judging by what I read in the newspaper, offloading all sorts of traditional campaign functions to outside groups. And this particular premise, which you say has no basis in the statute, is actually based on the provision that says corporations, including nonprofit corporations, aren't allowed to pay for staff for a campaign. So if we were to go down the line that you're suggesting and supersede the earlier AOs and say that I think that we could come up with some kind of a rationale that talked about educational purposes. And I don't know, maybe the answer to my question is that we would limit it to accredited educational institutions, but I do think there's a real risk of somebody coming in through the vehicle of a C3 or a C4 saying, we are now going to set up an educational program. We want to promote civic engagement. And in order to promote civic engagement, particularly among young people, we want to set up a special program that will pay the stipends for young people who go out or people of any age, let's not be age discriminatory, who want to go out and work on campaigns and get more involved in the in politics and the civic activities of their nation. And, perhaps they would do this for a particular university that had a reputation of having either a very liberal or very conservative student body, knowing that, the odds were good that those students, even if the program wasn't set up to target a particular political party, would probably seek opportunities helping out one side or the other. I'm concerned that in reworking this to accommodate what is a very sympathetic request, I read your comments, I read your requests. I am actually quite sympathetic to what you're asking, particularly when you put it in terms of wanting to expand opportunities for lower income people who want to become involved in these kinds of opportunities. But, where's the limiting principle, and how do we prevent this from becoming, should we decide to go down this road, just another vehicle by which wealthy people endow a particular program with an aim towards providing staff for political campaigns?
Yeah, so I think there are a few things that in this request actually are quite self-limiting. And I'll start by saying the same thing I said the last fact and circumstance. But this one actually self-limits quite nicely because it's actually, they're not trying to promote civic engagement. That isn't actually what the university is trying to do. University, if this student had gone to work for a startup tech company, would have gotten the same money. This is solely for purposes of furthering their educational experience. She's getting college credit for it. So could someone set up an accredited university, give college credit, endow it? That seems an unlikely road to travel. I think that if the limiting principle is you get college credit for it, you are paid the stipend irrespective of whether you are working in politics or in some other field, and there is a bona fide, process for reviewing these, I mean, it's hard to see how that gets, how that gets out of hand. I think.
Things have a way of getting out of hand around here. But I appreciate the comments.
I mean, I think this one self-limits. My point is, I think this one actually self-limits pretty neatly. Because it's such a, I mean, would NYU take advantage of it? Yes. Would Pepperdine take advantage of it? Yes. I made that up. I don't actually know if either of them would take advantage of it. But I mean, I don't think you're going to see a crop of new 501c organizations that are going to go to the trouble of creating accredited colleges in order to hand out $3,000 stipends to interns.
That's not actually what I'm worried about so much as perhaps somebody endowing a program at a particular university. Assume that we limit it to universities and granting college credit as part of a broader internship program that isn't limited to politics or particularly targeting political activity. I could still imagine a wealthy donor deciding, what the heck, I'm going to give $1 million to my favorite very liberal or very conservative university so that they can set up such a program, because I know that the students who are likely to take advantage of it are more likely to work on the kind of campaigns that I would like to see getting staffed. And I'm sure that I don't find it at all far-fetched to think that there are C3 and C4 organizations who are out there now that might say, well, we're going to set up an educational program. And yes, we could just say, well, no, it's got to be part of an accredited college program. You're right. That would be a good limiting principle. But I suspect we would get questions from other folks besides universities who would then say, well, if you were willing to say that it's not a contribution from a corporation when the university does it, what do you got against my C3 or C4 think tank or whatever?
Because the opinion that I envision hinges on the fact that it is solely for the purpose of assisting with an educational experience. So it's not a 501c purpose, which is why I said it's not civic engagement. I think that actually is a very different and might lead to what you're talking about. It actually has to be for the educational experience. Now, whether it has to be for college credit or not, I kind of am of two minds, because there are lots of colleges that do intern stipends that are not where the college doesn't give credit. I'm joined by Jackie Lopez, who's a graduate of Harvard University Law School, and she was telling me on the way over here that Harvard Law School does not give credit, but they do give stipends for internships. But again, it's not, I mean, you should speak up, it's not related to politics.
No, they have a similar general program where nonprofit startup environments, you can get funding, and you have to prove that it's a rigorous educational experience, but they won't give you class credit for it, just a small stipend.
So that might be a way that certainly is this request, is that there is college credit. I'm not sure I think that, I'm kind of two minds on that, but I do think that you can limit this to, it has to be by the university for the educational purpose of the student, which, by the way, I think also ties to the tax treatment that the student gets on the money, because it's treated as a stipend, I believe, not as income for that reason.
Okay, so there was a request to hold this over, and I assume you're amenable to that as well?
In an ideal world, but I beggars will not be choosers. They would be held over for the same meeting?
Same. Well, Mr. Nodi.
It's a substantive interjection, if I may. So if the commission is going to think about re-examining some of the older AOs in this area, the one thing that I would add for consideration, and maybe Mr. Elias would be interested in addressing while he's here so it doesn't come up for the first time next time, is that one thing that both drafts agree on is that the intern would be allowed to take the stipend for the legal and accounting work that you would do. And that's under the statutory exemption for that work. That statute and the implementing regs require that the person making the payment be the, quote, regular employer of the person receiving the payment. In 1982, the commission decided that a college student receiving a stipend could be considered, that the college could be considered the regular employer of the student. I think there is reason to wonder whether that was the correct result there. Both drafts rely on it exclusively. That is the sole reasoning in both drafts for the yes answer on question 1. So if there's going to be reexamination, maybe the commissioners would be interested in reexamining AO, it's Koenig 1982-31.
I agree. Thank you.
Okay. So with that addition, this matter will be held over to the same time, I guess, as the previous matter. Thank you very much. We want to take a couple minutes. Oh, you found it. Oh, okay. Okay. We just not, you are done.
Okay.
Your matters are done. It was Commissioner Walther had a concern about something else.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. The next item is item number 5, rulemaking petition to revise commission regulations in response to the Citizens United case. The petitions were filed by Make Your Laws PAC, I believe, and Public Citizen, and I see Craig Holman is here in the audience from Public Citizen. I don't know if Cy is on the line? No. Okay. So,
But he's probably listening.
right. I'm sure he's listening. So are there any comments by any of the commissioners about this matter?
I just have one question for council. You know, this petition comes to us with a unique provenance. And I just want to be sure that our general counsel is sure that it is still in order for us to vote on this as a 6-member commission. And the point is
Are
that,
you suggesting that there's a conflict of interest?
no, not a conflict, but
Or
perhaps
a
a prejudgment.
necessity for, excuse me?
A prejudgment. So I
So
just
the-
want to be sure that the council's comfortable, that's all. The original petition that was filed out of order by 2 commissioners stated strongly worded positions in it what the commission should do. In other words, it's an opinionated petition. It was subsequently copied and submitted by somebody else, but it is the same language. And under the petition regulation of 200.3D, there's an explicit provision for the commission's consideration of petitions brought by citizens before the commission, that the commission will not consider the merits of the petition before the expiration of the comment period on the notice of availability. And I just, before we proceed to a vote that could be tainted with some impropriety, I just want to be sure that that does not evidence prejudgment of the merits, but given the provenance of this petition.
Mr. Nodi.
I think OGC's view is that regardless of what may or may not have been the issues with the prior petition, that petition was withdrawn, this one was refiled, that petition was withdrawn, this one that's now pending was filed, is a separate standalone petition unrelated to the first one, and therefore, unless there are other things have happened since that was filed that I'm not aware of, that those concerns wouldn't be an issue here.
No evidence, okay. I just wanted that opinion of council. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, let me make a couple of comments now that we have that potential problem that's been made up to dealt with. The campaign finance landscape has been transformed in the last few years, and the commission has done very little to adapt our rules to that change. Citizens United itself had 2 very explicit safeguards about corruption. One was that independent expenditures are truly independent. And the second is that campaign spending is fully disclosed. Last year, when we were discussing the Citizens United rulemaking, and even before that, when you, Commissioner Goodman, and I testified at our hearings before the Senate Rules Committee, we both talked about the importance of rulemakings to provide guidance to the public and to those who are subject to the law to understand how to comply. And that was something you spoke about often, as did I, that we both agreed on. And actually, I think that most of those of you on this side of the dais spoke strongly about the need to do that in the case of Citizens United. And I made clear at the time when I provided the fourth vote in that rulemaking that there was unfinished business related to Citizens United. Now, though, when proposals to clarify our rules in areas that are covered by this petition, such as the disclosure of dark money, campaign spending by foreign nationals, coercion of employees, coordination between candidates and super PACs, it appears that suddenly the colleagues on this commission don't think that it's important to have clarification about the rules, about the issues that are some of the most significant issues pending before us in this electoral campaign. I mean, even Justice Kennedy, who wrote the majority opinion in Citizens United, is concerned that the disclosure system isn't working the way it should. In recent remarks at Harvard Law School, he said, in my view, what happens with money in politics is not good. Disclosure of who's financing elections is the answer. But he admitted that it's not working the way it should. And it's not working the way he anticipated it was going to happen. And on the coordination front, you know, the Supreme Court's decision in Citizens United was premised on the assumption that outside spending was truly independent of the candidates. Our coordination rules were enacted prior to the existence of super PACs. They are hopelessly outdated. They do not deal with super PACs at all. So everybody in this country, except the FEC, is discussing some of the major issues with campaign finance today. And we're principally responsible for implementing and enforcing campaign finance rules, and yet we have failed to address some of the biggest changes in the system post-Citizens United. These petitions raise some of those most significant issues. They go to the core of our democratic processes and to the ideal of ensuring fair political processes. And it seems to me that opening a rulemaking to have people discuss the potential of rules and strengthen the rules in this area is something that this commission really is obligated to do, but actually should do. Commissioner Weintraub.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And of course, I agree with everything that you just said. Ever since Citizens United, I have tried on numerous occasions to open a rulemaking that would address some of the new issues on the ground out there. I mean, politics has really changed in the last 5 years. We discussed it earlier in the context of the AOs. It's obvious to everybody out there that politics has changed. According to a recent New York Times poll, 84% of Americans, including 80% of Republicans, agree that money has too much influence in American political campaigns today. 55% think that most of the time, candidates who win public office promote policies that directly help the people and groups who donated money to their campaigns. 85% said the current system for funding political campaigns should be either fundamentally changed or completely rebuilt. 85% think the the way we're doing it now, the rules that are on the books are not working. And I just find it, commissioners speak out on all sorts of issues that are near and dear to their heart. I've heard Commissioner Goodman on Fox News and in editorials speak out strongly on issues that are near and dear to his heart. I've never seen him recuse himself from then voting on that issue when it comes to the table. It's somewhat remarkable to me. When we brought this petition, our colleagues objected that we couldn't do it because it was the predecessor petition, Our colleagues said we couldn't do it because we weren't persons under the act. Now that other people have said they too are concerned about these issues and they wanted to bring it before the commission, Commissioner Goodman is trying to box us out again and trying to tease council into saying that it's somehow inappropriate for us to even vote on this. The lengths to which some of our colleagues will go to try and shut us up on these issues is really quite striking to me. But we believe strongly that we are in sync with the American people, and that people outside of Washington don't find these to be terribly astonishing propositions, that money ought to be transparent in politics, that we don't want to see foreign influence in our elections, that organizations, employers, and labor organizations shouldn't be in a position to coerce their employees in this world in which they now have new political rights themselves. They shouldn't be able to coerce their employees into participating in political activities that may or may not be in sync with those employees, or in the case of labor organizations, those members, their own political views. And that when super PACs are out there spending millions of dollars funded by billionaires, and not necessarily representing the views of ordinary Americans, that at the very least, we ought to make sure that that money is being spent in a way that is independent of the campaigns, so that the candidates are not wholly in the pockets of the people who are funding the super PACs. There was a study that was written about recently that talked about how 158 families had provided almost half of the money that was spent in the early parts of the primary season. That's a very, just vanishingly small percentage of the American population. And there was an article today in USA Today, which if I can pull it up, see if I can find it. Sorry, I had it pulled up before, and Alec, we're going to have to work on our. I won't bother because it's too hard to pull it up on my phone because our internet is really not. The Wi-Fi is not up to snuff in here. But the USA Today had an article today that said something like, I think the statistic was 84% of the advertisement that were run in the early parts of the Republican primary have been funded by super PACs. And compared that to the 1% in 2008 that was funded by outside spending groups in 2008. That's the difference from Citizens United. We've gone from 1% of the ads being funded by outside spenders to practically all of the ads being funded by outside spenders. And I think it's really important for the American people to know where that money is coming from, and that it is being done to the extent that billionaires are able to fund these organizations, that at least it's being done in a way that preserves some possibility of independence, and that our government is not going to be elected by people who are just wholly indebted to this very small slice of the population. The good folks who run the Open Secrets website have pointed out that we are seeing more money coming from fewer donors and with less transparency. That's the effect of Citizens United. People feel, ordinary citizens feel like there's no point in contributing to political campaigns because they're just not going to get any their voice is not going to be heard in a world in which the very wealthy have such a disproportionate role. So I think that these four things that are the subject of the petition to improve disclosure and to prohibit foreign money, to make sure that we ban coercion and that the expenditures by the super PACs are indeed independent. I think they would not solve all of these problems, but they would be a small step in the right direction. And it is irresponsible of us to refuse to even take the step of opening the door to comments and considering doing this when we had suggested earlier this year that we were thinking about doing a rulemaking or would consider doing a rulemaking. We got thousands and thousands of comments on this, very unusual level of comments for this agency. At the beginning of the year, we received over 30,000 comments, 3 or 4 of which said the commission should act. In response to these particular petitions, we received another 11,000 comments. Nearly 97 of them supported the petition and asked the commission to open a rulemaking. I mean, I guess we can just tell the American public that we don't care what they have to say, but I kind of do. I kind of think we ought to listen to them. And I am prepared, once again, to make a motion. The motion is on blue paper, so I didn't want to, no one could be surprised by it. We made the motion itself public so that everyone would know what we were planning on doing here today. And I hope against hope that we might get support on the commission for actually opening this rulemaking and responding to the views of the public.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the last, I guess, 4 years, we've probably had similar, this issue has arisen on a number of occasions. I believe twice in 2011, we voted on proposed notices of proposed rulemaking to open up rulemakings along this same line. And the position that I held then is still the position that I hold now. I don't really even need to delve too deeply into the substance of this in order to still have concerns about going forward on this particular rulemaking. Shortly after Citizens United was passed, Congress took up the Disclose Act. They debated it at length. It passed out of the House. It died in the Senate. And since that time, there have been numerous efforts to revive the Disclose Act or some approximation of that effort in order to expand disclosure requirements for corporations and labor organizations, to expand or clarify the nature of the foreign national prohibition on making contributions and expenditures. And those have not gone anywhere. And as an administrative agency, and we are appointed by the president, but we are not elected. We are not the vehicles through which the public expresses their desires and their demands in terms of what they want as the best policy. We carry out what Congress enacts through legislation, and that is the body through which popular content or discontent expresses itself. And since Citizens United, Congress has not legislated in this area. And I don't view my role as a commissioner to feel like I step into the void when Congress doesn't act. Whether I agree with their actions or disagree with their actions, I think that what Congress does or does not do, as it's the case in this instance, is significant, and that as a commissioner, I believe that it is my responsibility to take that into account when determining whether or not I'm going to move forward on a particular rulemaking. I believe, especially with respect to the disclosure and foreign nationals, this I believe is firmly within the purview of Congress. I don't believe I think the polls that Commissioner Weintraub mentioned, I haven't read them. I'll trust that they're accurate. And if the public demand is that great, then that will, I assume at some point, actually move those who represent the individuals expressed that are being polled to make legislative changes. And when that happens, we will make the appropriate modifications in our rules to accommodate those changes. That hasn't happened, and I believe that that I have a responsibility to to acknowledge and respect the decisions that Congress makes and the decisions that they do not make in this area. I think that I don't believe that I am ignoring the public in this particular case. I know that there have been thousands of people who have submitted comments. There are other comments that have come in on behalf of thousands of businesses and thousands of constituents who have recommended not moving forward in this particular case. So this is an issue that's arisen before. These are points that I've made before. I make them again now. I'd also just make mention with respect to the coercion. The proposal is to clarify the coercion. I'm not aware of the deficiencies in our current law, which are fairly robust in terms of preventing coercion, and we've had enforcement matters that this commission has gone forward on with respect to those provisions. And in terms of coordination, super PACs are subject to the coordination. All entities, all groups, parties, candidates are subject to the coordination rules. And that coordination rule, which arose after the McCain-Feingold, but then was subject to court challenges, was further modified after Citizens United was handed down by the Supreme Court. So I don't think that it's not accurate to say that the coordination rule hasn't been looked at or modified. Now, I know that we have maybe some disagreement on whether or not the current rule is adequate, but to say that super PACs are somehow not subject to it, I don't think is, or that it somehow doesn't capture super PACs, I don't think is accurate. They are subject to the same extent that parties or any other outside group is subject to it. But for these reasons, as with prior proposals to open rulemakings along these lines, I will not be able to support this one.
I appreciate you giving your reasons because I wasn't here for the previous discussions on this matter. But let me say for my part, in response, that I'm certainly not interested in enacting the Disclose Act. I mean, that's not what this is. This is a request to open a rulemaking so people can comment about those matters that we would later determine whether it was appropriate or not to have a rule on those matters. And, in your argument about our role is to either regulate with regard to what Congress has enacted, as opposed to if there is a void, we then can't regulate. Well, clearly we enacted a regulation relating to Citizens United and the application of Citizens United. We have to respond to court decisions. And this is just such an instance where the court has spoken exceedingly clearly about the issue of disclosure and of coordination, and we have not dealt with that issue. I never meant to say that super PACs wouldn't be covered under our super PAC rule. However, we never anticipated the situation now with respect to super PACs that has changed the dynamic in campaigns today, and therefore our rules are antiquated. And that's the evidence of that is we have never had a coordination determination at this commission, ever, in all the cases that we've done. And some of them perhaps didn't merit that decision. Some of us might think did, but part of the issue has to do with the fact that the rules are simply not applicable to the situation that we find ourselves in this country, in our political process today. And so I think that it is clearly our obligation as a commission, as we all agreed, the four of us agreed, and despite a lot of criticism that I received from joining with you on Citizens United rulemaking, it is very important that this commission, we may not be able to do some major issues, we may have disagreements in how facts apply to the law in certain cases, but at the base, it's our obligation to provide rules to deal with the new law. And so it seems to me it's been, what, 6 years since Citizens United was enacted, and it's about time that we enter into at least getting public comment on this issue. Is there any other? Commissioner Goodman.
Madam Chair, we did agree to receive public comment, and we did. We received thousands of comments just this year. We had an all-day hearing with dozens of witnesses.
That was on McCutcheon.
Madam Chair, it was putatively about McCutcheon, and then the chair announced that it was about any issue that might be of interest to you. You said that quite publicly. The Republicans joined you and said, yes, make it about any issue you would like. And we heard far-ranging opinions here on everything. By the way, we heard very little on McCutcheon, if you recall. We heard virtually nothing about McCutcheon. We heard a lot of testimony from a variety of perspectives here in an all-day hearing involving dozens of people from the left, the right, the pro-regulatory viewpoints, the more libertarian viewpoints. We heard from individual citizens who came and spoke. So we have opened our doors, and we heard a variety of opinions on both sides of this issue just this year. So to some extent, when this new petition came in from Commissioner Weintraub and yourself, this was a request for a redo of the February hearing. Let's go out for a public hearing again on these subjects. So my point is that the ink is barely dry on a hearing we just held on these issues with persuasive points of view on both sides of these issues, including, I know, the President's attorney, Robert Bauer, who sat right here at this table where our secretary is and said, if you go this direction, you will lose. Now, Vice Chair Peterson discussed a lot about what Congress is debating, and Congress is debating many of these issues, has debated it in every year since Citizens United, and has chosen not to act, has chosen not to change these laws, even though there are laws that people are proposing to change. But in addition to what the Congress is doing, we don't write on a blank slate here because of what the courts have ruled. So the courts have given us constrictions on how we regulate, for example, the issue of greater public disclosure in Buckley v. Vallejo and in Massachusetts Citizens for Life. The courts have told us you don't have full regulatory authority over any organization that makes an expenditure. Only those that have the major purpose of influencing elections are political committees that you have full regulatory authority over. Now, we have had debates over how to apply that legal rule, but that debate is currently pending in federal court. Likewise, the public disclosure required of electioneering communications. Now, I wasn't here when the commission voted to constrict the disclosure of donors to organizations that make electioneering communications. That was a decision of the commission before I got here. There are commissioners here who voted for a constricted rule of disclosure in that case, but now that is in federal court, and the federal court is considering that issue as we speak. So, and as for independent expenditure reporting, we do have a requirement, and independent expenditures are being reported to us. They make up about 3%. This dark money issue that you're discussing is about 3% of all the political expenditures that we regulate and that are reported to us and made public. Even if we were to alter the line of the definition of political committee, we might get 20 to 30% of that 3% of those independent expenditures that are being reported to us. We know the organizations, whether it's the U.S. Chamber of Commerce or Planned Parenthood Action Fund or the SEIU, We know those organizations that are making those expenditures because they are reporting those expenditures to the American people. They're reporting them to us. The proposal here is for greater donor disclosure, which is really a function of the political committee status issue, which is in the federal courts right now. And even if the court tells us that we need to draw the line 2 clicks this way or this way in defining when an organization is a political committee, requiring full disclosure of all of the 501c4's donors, for example, a different rule may capture 20 to 30% of the 3% that's being spent in politics today. So this is a 1% issue. We are spending 80% of the debate here over 1% of the money in politics and greater disclosure of it, not non-disclosure versus disclosure, but that we want to know that the target of this is to make Planned Parenthood Action Fund and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce disclose who gave money to them to the tune of about 1% of all the expenditures in politics today. But mind you, this agency was the clearinghouse, and on our website today, you can look at $7.3 billion in expenditures in the 2012 election cycle, and $5.5 billion in expenditures in the 2014 election cycle. And of those amounts, 4% of that $7.3 billion in 2012 was from organizations that do not disclose their donors. And 3% of the $5.5 billion in 2014 was independent expenditures by organizations that do not disclose their donors. So my point being that Congress has this in its breast at this time and is debating it and has been debating it for 5 years. But also the courts are currently considering where to draw these lines as we speak. And even if the courts tell us we drew a line improperly, you're perhaps going to get greater disclosure under the extant rules and the extant First Amendment parameters around our regulatory jurisdiction in the tune of about 1% more in donor disclosure in America. So for all these reasons, because Congress has these issues in its breast, because the courts have these issues, both political committee status and the electioneering communication donor disclosure rules, and because we just had a hearing with persuasive points of view on all sides of this issue just 10 months ago in this very room, this is not a path that we should continue down. I say let's watch to see if Congress wants to change these rules. Let's wait for greater guidance from the courts in the cases now pending regarding political committee status and electioneering communication donor disclosure. And that's why I'll vote no on this petition. Thank you.
Commissioner Weintraub.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to try and address everything that Commissioner Goodman just said, but let me make a few points. When it comes to coordination, Congress left the rulemaking to us. They did not come up with a good agreement. They couldn't come up with an agreement on how they thought the coordination rules ought to work. They said the last time they sent it back to us and they said, you know what, we don't like the rules you've got on the books. We think they're too narrow. We want you to expand them. We're going to give you some factors that you ought to take into account, but we're not going to tell you exactly how to do that. That is up to the commission. Writing coordination rules is squarely within the purview of this commission. The fact that we held a hearing earlier this year doesn't address our concern, because what this petition is asking for is not that we simply hold a hearing, but that we actually change the rules, because those coordination rules, to pick one out of the four, were written before the advent of super PACs and single candidate super PACs and all of the activities that people read about in their newspapers every single day about the interrelationships between the super PACs and the candidate committees and the candidates themselves. And we have not changed those coordination rules, as is our direct responsibility since Citizens United. We haven't even considered whether they work in the current environment. What is within the purview of the courts right now is not what is the best possible rule for the sake of our democracy, but merely whether certain decisions that were made, in some cases by 4 commissioners and in some cases only by 3 commissioners, were legally allowed to be made. It's an entirely different standard than saying what is the best possible rule for the sake of citizen participation, for the sake of rules that make sense and that adequately address the way people are conducting their campaigns and conducting their outside activities today. And I have to address the 3% figure. I've heard that line before, and really it is so misleading, because a lot of money is spent in politics by candidates in House races where everybody knows who the winner is going to be, and not a lot of outside spending is going into those races because it's pretty much a foregone conclusion that one candidate or another is going to win because of the way the district lines are drawn. Doesn't mean those candidates don't spend money in their races. They do, and that goes into the $7 billion total. And this year, who knows? Next year, who knows what the total will be? Certainly above $7 billion. But a lot of money is spent in politics on races where pretty much the answer is known before anybody takes a single vote. Where the outside money goes is to the races where it matters. In 2014, when the control of the Senate was up for grabs, and there were 10 top races where everybody knew there was a possibility of power shift, the outside money flooded into those races. In at least 7 out of those top 10 races, there was more outside spending than spending by the candidates. In 2 or 3 of those, the outside spenders spent more than twice what the candidates spent. So if you look at, let's look at all the spending that goes on all over the country for any political race, yes, you can say the outside spending and the dark money that's part of that outside spending is a very small percentage of the total, but it is a huge percentage of the total in the races where it matters. And as I found the quote, by the way, with the able assistance of my staff, in a world in which, and I'm quoting now from today's USA Today article, outside groups have sponsored a whopping 81%, so I misspoke, I thought it was 84, it's only 81. 81% of the ads so far in the Republican primary, up from 67% at this point in the 2012 campaign, and just 1% at the same stage of the 2008 campaign, way back before the federal courts paved the way for super PACs. In that world, to say, well, there's really only 3% of outside money, or dark money, so we don't really need to worry about that. And it won't make a difference to any voter to know who is trying to spend the money in the races that count. I just fundamentally disagree with that, and I don't think I'm the only person in America who does.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner Goodman.
One reaction. Of course. And that is the issue of coordination. Yes, they are our rules. And this commission spent a decade trying to draw the lines of coordination that are currently in effect. As a result of about 5 years of effort in trying to investigate and punish the Christian Coalition in the mid to late 1990s, where this commission took a very broad view of what constitutes coordination. And ultimately, the federal district court told the Federal Election Commission it had an overbroad definition of what could constitute under the First Amendment coordination. So the commission drew new lines as a result of that. Then Congress did instruct the commission. Congress did act, as Commissioner Peterson has indicated. Congress enacted a law, the Bipartisan Campaign Reform Act, that requested the commission to redraw the coordination lines. The commission went back to the drawing board in the early 2000s, redrew the line. A court told the commission it had drawn the line inappropriately, so the commission went back to the drawing board again. And from 1995 to 2005, the ink is, in constitutional sense, barely dry. this commission has drawn, stumped its toe, redrawn, been instructed by Congress to redraw, stumped its toe again, and redrawn the lines we have for what are and are not coordination. So this commission spent a decade trying to draw the lines where they are today. And because independent expenditures have existed since the 1970s, Citizens United didn't fundamentally change the parameters around, the constitutional parameters around what is coordinated and what is not. It may have illuminated that there's a lot more independent expenditures occurring. And the talk about how the discussion of the chair that we haven't enforced coordination, at one point, Chair Ravel, you said in the press that there were 29 cases and we hadn't found coordination in any one of them. And we went back and looked at the demagoguery over 29 coordination cases, and in 27 of 29 cases, the Office of General Counsel recommended dismissal, that there wasn't sufficient evidence to proceed on coordination. So coordination is a very complicated and difficult issue, and this commission has struggled with it and has drawn lines for what is and is not. And then as for the issue of the courts may not be over there drawing right now the best possible line. What they are going to be considering is the constitutional limits under the First Amendment of the lines we draw. And this proposal suggests that we don't wait for court guidance on those First Amendment boundaries, that we rush ahead regardless of where the courts may draw those First Amendment lines. And I would prefer to get the guidance of the courts on where the First Amendment rights of American citizens begin and end. Thank you.
I know I should stop myself and not make this comment, but, I'm so glad to hear you talk about the significance of the General Counsel's recommendations. And I'm certainly hoping going forward that you will adhere to that. And every time the General Counsel makes a recommendation, you will think that that's the appropriate way to go in a case. I'll bring it up on other occasions for you. So did you have a motion?
I do have a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Walther. Sorry, I didn't realize you wanted to
Yeah,
weigh
at the
in.
risk of
Thank you.
prolonging this.
No problem.
It's just that, for me, I'll support the motion, but I do think it's got its issues, because certainly we're right in the middle of a very contentious cycle. At the very, I wouldn't call it the tail end, but things will get more intense as the time passes. And so for us to actually promulgate a rule prior to the election might be, if it wasn't problematic before, substantially more now during that period. But it doesn't mean we shouldn't continue to listen to what's going on around us, because because of the avalanche of new money that previously wasn't in the system, and the ways it's being used, and the potential for abuse without regulation, I think grows. And I think so we should try and keep our ear to the ground as best we can for as long as we can, to the point where people will ultimately say we've got to do something, maybe even us. And I think now's the time to go ahead and do something. Now, on here, we haven't offered any proposed rules, and I think that in a perfect world, not here right now, it would be good to have some drafts that would focus discussion. The hearing that we had earlier this year did say anybody who wants to say whatever you want, you're free to say it, but we didn't really give any notice to people as to it might be available to talk about these issues in substance and to prepare for them and that kind of thing. So I think a hearing along that line would be appropriate even now, even if we didn't vote on this prior to the election. And as we go along, people, everybody becomes more educated on these issues, and the sooner we all become more educated, the better and more intelligent a decision is going to be made. A good example of this is a question over the 3% issue that's been talked about. There's a variety of different ways to look at that, and as there is for a lot of things. And the comment was made that our coordination rules are anachronistic, but as a practical matter, That suggests that they worked once, and they never have. But it doesn't mean that since we have a charge to do that, we shouldn't make an effort as soon as we can to try and craft even remedial measures, minor ones, so that the public and the people who want to participate in the system know the danger zones. And yes, I mean, the commission's gone off and said, well, we think this probably should be coordination, and we launch forward and people get hurt in the process because there's no guidance. And it's not anything wrong with the agency trying to enforce what they think probably the law ought to be in a given case with given facts. But by the time you get to the end of a case, it may not have even looked that right, in hindsight. So I think the reason I'm supporting it is I think it will offer an opportunity again for us to continue to educate, re-educate, rethink, and refine our thinking so that the facts that are before us when we ultimately get to the vote will be more intelligent. And I also think that every time we do something like this and develop a record, it's one more thing that Congress can take into consideration when they're ready to actually do something themselves. They can say, look, the FEC has been doing this off and on. They've tried to do it. And like Commissioner Goodman said, we've tried and we've kept falling on our face, and we try again and it doesn't work. Courts keep telling us what to do, but they're novices in all of this themselves. And they're only going to, really respond to what's before them in a given case. And, even on Citizens United, there wasn't a big record on the implications of any of this. So I think every time we do this in a way like this, it's a basis for other people who are involved in the process, or there's Congress or the courts, to have the ability to see the implications that are involved here. And I also think we ought to bring in not just people who are in the middle of the system, the parties, but people from the outside who have a chance to look at the psychological and social impacts of this. For example, some corporation can come in with a truly independent idea, but nothing's going to stop anybody from coming in and looking at the policies that some organization is interested in, or some party, or that in a small town, and basically drowned out the effort of some who want to change the law to even participate in the system, because they say, well, we know it's not going to work this time because I can't fight this big entity coming into a small town. And I think I think that Wyoming case expressed the angst that exists when there's a over powerful financial force that is driving the decision-making process and the way people react to it. So for those reasons, I support it. I think we ought to keep trying and learning, and this offer us some information. I think since corporations are now people, we need to find out what people are part of the corporation. And I think there's a time when we should look at how we are going to view the influx of foreign money through the corporate scheme. And I don't mean to use the word scheme in a pejorative context, but in the corporate world, increasingly can be a party and a participant in this system with large amounts of money. And so I think we've got to have the ability to know really what that means in the context of who's behind the money when that situation exists. Those are my comments.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Hunter.
With respect to the coordination cases that we've dealt with here as a commission in the enforcement context, we all know anybody can file a complaint, and that's where we have live cases before us. We had approximately 29 cases in the recent past on this issue, and we took a look at all of those, and as Commissioner Goodman points out, the Office of General Counsel recommended not going forward in the vast majority of them, and in the vast majority of them, there were 4 votes to agree with the Office of General Counsel. The small subset, I don't have my chart in front of me, but my recollection is the small subset of cases where we disagreed on how to enforce our regulation was largely about whether somebody's familial ties. I think we had a case of a brother and maybe a girlfriend, I'm not really sure, but people's familial ties there may be a presumption in some people's mind that there's coordination. I think speaking for this side of the table, that doesn't, to us, mean that there should be an automatic presumption that there is coordination. So it's a very small sort of technical subset of issues. It's not the sort of highfalutin kinds of things some people might be thinking we're talking about. And I think in some of the proposals I've heard my colleagues make, they would like to make a presumption that if there is a familial tie, that there is coordination, and we're not in favor of that. It's just not something that we think is permissible for a lot of different reasons, one of them constitutionally based. So I don't want people to walk away thinking this is, it's a pretty narrow issue, and we do have, as has been pointed out by my colleagues, we do obviously have a coordination regulation that people follow. I think it makes a lot of sense, and I personally, think it works quite well. There's not that much ambiguity in it, in my opinion. I think it's well crafted and it's gone through many iterations, as has been discussed today. So I see no reason to change that. I think it's working well, and I don't see the kinds of complaints that cause me to think we should amend it. One of the things Commissioner Walther mentioned was people drowning out other people's speeches, and somebody else mentioned civic participation. And those are all policy issues that some people are concerned about, but they're not within our purview. Those are not the kinds of things that we have an ability to say, somebody who's exercising their constitutional right and funding an independent expenditure, whether they drown everybody out or not, they have a constitutional right to do so, and it's not within our purview to try to stifle that.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments? The motion.
Well, I'll just
Commissioner.
make one other brief comment before that on
sorry.
on the topic of the 29 coordination cases. I think there were about a third of them that I thought there were grounds for investigation. Some of them were cases like the super PAC that was established and funded by the candidate's mother, who had also appeared in campaign commercials for the candidate. And some of us thought that we ought to at least ask some questions. I mean, remember that these coordination cases have all come to us in the context of whether to open an investigation. And we did not ask a single question. We did not open a single investigation. And there are more cases in-house right now where I predict once they are put before us, that some of them raise some meatier issues than these kinds of familial relationships that Commissioner Hunter was talking about, and I am not overly sanguine that even once we get outside the bounds of familial relationships, that we will find any more grounds for agreement on some of the close connections between some of the super PACs and the candidates. But having said that, I think I will proceed to the motion. Of course, if anybody else wants to say anything after I make the motion, that's fine. Whereas on June 19th, 2015 and June 22nd, 2015, the Commission received petitions from Make Your Laws PAC, Inc., Make Your Laws Advocacy, Inc., and Public Citizen, requesting that the Commission revise its rules to respond to the January 2010 Citizens United v. FEC Supreme Court decision. Whereas the Commission received approximately 11,759 comments from 11,769 commenters on the Notice of Availability published in the Federal Register on July 29th, 2015. Whereas 11,414 commenters, nearly 97% of the total commenters, supported the petitions and urged the Commission to open a rulemaking as requested in the petitions. Whereas numerous studies show that the current campaign finance system is diminishing public trust in the democratic process. There's a footnote in the document if anybody's interested. Whereas in response to the Citizens United decision and its progeny, the Commission has made, in the words of one commenter, the Brennan Center, little effort to ensure that remaining valid provisions of the Act continue to be implemented consistent with congressional intent. And whereas as a result, again in the words of the same commenter, our political system is even more vulnerable to corruption and less transparent than it ought to be, I move that the Commission open a rulemaking and that the Office of General Counsel draft a notice of proposed rulemaking that proposes to revise Commission regulations as follows. 1, to require full public disclosure of corporate and labor organization independent spending, consistent with both the Citizens United decision and the Act's requirement that outside spending groups disclose their donors. 2, clarify that the prohibition on foreign national campaign-related spending restricts such spending by U.S. corporations owned or controlled by a foreign national. 3, clarify that corporations and labor organizations are prohibited from coercing their employees and members into providing financial or other support for the corporation's or labor organization's independent political activities. And 4, require that the expenditures made by super PACs and other outside spending groups are truly independent of federal candidates, consistent with the Citizens United decision and its progeny. And of course, were we to actually open such a rulemaking, I would welcome any other proposals on these same topics that our colleagues wish to put into the notice of proposed rulemaking.
Thank you. Are there any questions, comments? All right, all those in favor, please indicate it by saying aye.
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 All those opposed?
No.
All right, Madam Secretary, that matter fails by a 3-3 vote. Commissioner Weintraub, Walther, and myself voting yes. Commissioners Goodman, Hunter, and Vice Chair Peterson voting no. Okay, the next item, and...
Madam Chair, could I just ask the council, do we need to do anything else to dispose of the petitions?
The regulations require the commission to publish in the Federal Register a notice of disposition explaining why the commission has chosen not to go forward with the rulemaking. In the last,
Attach the transcription.
well, we've tried that. So in the last few rulemakings where the motion to open the rulemaking has deadlocked, the commission has not been able to approve by 4 votes notice of disposition. So it is a regulatory requirement. It hasn't been happening lately, I guess is the short answer.
Madam Chair, I have an inquiry.
Commissioner Goodman.
Mr. Nodi, would it be adequate to issue by majority vote of the commission a statement that says, for the reasons the commissioner stated at the hearing of this date, the vote failed by a vote of 3-3, and then attach a transcript of the hearing?
That, yes, certainly, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. 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 All right, do we need to vote on that? Or
No, it
can
would-
we do that by consensus?
It would need to be separately approved, so, I
Okay.
mean, we can draft it.
Okay.
Send it around.
All right, thanks. Okay, we're going to take like a couple minutes before we go to the next item. And, you know, I was going to suggest that we break so that we could all attend the wonderful party that's downstairs. You know, I'm sure you all brought your New Orleans beads, but the problem that we have is this. We have a number of items still remaining on the open session, and we have, by my count, still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 matters that have not been resolved on the executive session. And this is the last day for the resolution of them, at least with respect to matters that we put over to today. So, Commissioner Goodman.
Just as a preview, looking at the agenda, I guess
Executive session agenda,
No,
are
ma'am,
you talking about?
this open meeting
Right.
agenda, just to understand where we're headed. We've just concluded matter 5.
5.
Under matter 6, the first 2 items are really one item. And that was my proposal. There was a memorandum from me about
With respect to,
deregulating state and local political parties.
Right.
And that's the first 2 memoranda. Now, that failed by a vote of 3-3. I didn't request this continue on the
Oh.
agenda.
oh, okay.
Now, I thought Commissioner Weintraub might want it to be there for other purposes.
Well, I had a motion, as you know, at the last meeting to couple your proposal with a proposal of mine.
Yes, so
And
I
you said
assume
you
that's-
wanted more time to.
Well, I assume that's why those are still on the agenda,
Right.
so they can be discussed. But my point is, they're not going to take renewed discussion. I guess my next
Well,
question is it,
though,
are we
Commissioner-
planning on discussing?
Let me just interject for a minute, though Commissioner Weintraub did have a motion on the table, as I understand it, with respect to, I mean, this is kind of related to it. She's combined it with
we
the
still
other
need to have a
proposal.
vote on my
And so
motion.
we still
Okay.
need to have a vote and potentially a discussion.
Okay, so I guess I'm just trying to understand,
All right.
are we planning, we have already discussed the next document, the draft NPRM implementing party segregated accounts. That is not part of the current pending motion. But I don't think it requires a lot more discussion
No, I
here
agree with
today.
you on that.
Okay. The next is technical modernization rule.
And I know you asked to put that over.
I did not.
Oh.
I think that the request was that we weren't prepared to vote on it today because we wanted to raise additional issues. Now, I am open, I'll defer to the vice chair, on whether we discuss it further today or without a vote, or whether we move it to January. I guess I want to know what the commission's pleasure is on that.
Well, it seems to me, look, I do have a comment about that one. I mean, by the time we ever decide this issue, it's not going to be modern anymore. I mean, we have had this on the agenda for months, and the Office of General Counsel has worked really hard on keeping us advised of what was in it. And I mean, it just concerns me that we keep postponing this matter.
And the genesis of this was something that we started 2 years ago.
Yes.
I'm
And-
happy to discuss it today. I just want to know for purpose, this is a
Right.
procedural inquiry.
Yeah.
Are we going to discuss it today?
Look, if the will of the commission is not to discuss it today and put it over, that's fine with me. I would just, sort of put in my strong desire that it be heard early in the year and that we actually do something about it already.
Okay. I'll follow the chair's lead on whether we discuss it. I'm prepared to
Yeah.
discuss it if the commission wants to discuss it. Then the last is the subject of, I guess, I couldn't remember whether there was a motion on the floor or whether the Commissioner Weintraub was going to make a new motion today. But if there was a commission on the floor, the last matter is the subject of a motion that's to be made or
Yes.
voted on today.
That's right.
Okay, I understand that.
Right.
You know,
No, I don't think
okay.
I agree with you
Then-
that I don't think that this is
Item
necessarily.
7, I have requested to be held, in part because I'm waiting still. There was an agreement at Commissioner Weintraub's request that the Office of General Counsel was going to provide an amendment. We've also had a court opinion in the meantime that I think bears upon this issue, and that is how transparent we are with the records, the enforcement file records that we make public. But I've asked to hold that in light of that court opinion, and also I'm still waiting edits from the Office of General Counsel. So.
Oh, I did not
Wait,
receive your request that it be held. I don't.
And just to be clear, it is not my understanding that the Office of General Counsel is under an obligation to edit your document. We had extended colloquy on this last time. We have asked for guidance from the Office of General Counsel, but in my view, and I don't think that, I do not believe that it is the view of a majority of the commission that the General Counsel is bound to start with your document and editing it rather than giving us their own view.
Okay.
Let me also clarify something, actually. This is why I was confused. Item 7 is the rulemaking on reporting multi-state independent expenditures.
No, ma'am.
Are you talking?
That's item 8.
It is?
Multi-state independent expenditures, at least on the agenda I'm holding, is matter 8.
Okay. Oh, there it is. I'm not going to blame anybody. It's, okay, sorry for.
And I don't
you
know
were
where
right.
we stand on that. Or is that the subject of a vote today or a discussion?
That's up to you guys.
Oh,
Right.
okay.
Well, I think there's a motion, perhaps, on the,
Well, I'm not
Multi-state.
sure.
Oh,
It was my
okay.
understanding that my Republican colleagues wanted to have a vote on that, but maybe I'm wrong.
On the
On the-
independent expenditure?
On the multi-state
Multi-state
independent
reporting.
I
expenditure.
believe Commissioner Hunter has the lead on that issue, and I thought she was discussing this with you. She's discussed it with you more than she has with me.
Well, she has discussed it with me, and I have discussed it with her, and unfortunately, we were not able to come to
I see.
an agreement.
right. But those are the items. That's what's left. So that's why I think
And we
it
and
would
we have
be
to
good
elect
for
the new
us.
chair and
It would be
vice chair.
good for us to do them in the morning so that, or I guess it's not morning anymore, before we break,
Yeah.
because there's a lot of people in the audience and as well as, press who it would be unfair to make them come back while we're reveling in New Orleans. FEC New Orleans.
Yes.
So. And then there's the all-important passing of the torch, too.
You dispense with that. Just keep things going the way it's going.
No.
So-
We're not going to dispense with it.
And we need to adopt new meetings,
And yes.
so we can all come back again and have some more fun.
Okay. All right, so the next item is item number 6, rulemaking priorities and proposals. And while you were out of the room, Commissioner Hunter, we sort of went through all of these and have kind of figured out sort of a way forward on them. The first 2 items, Commissioner Goodman's items, will be subsumed in the discussion and motion that Commissioner Weintraub wishes to make with regard to the coordination rulemaking proposal that she and I proposed. So
You're going to start with that?
do you want to go?
Well, I
Yeah, why
think
don't we
there's a
start?
motion on the table, and I will just point out, because much has been made earlier today about how we should not.
Excuse me, Madam Secretary, was there a motion on the table, or does Commissioner Weintraub need to make the motion anew? I just don't recall.
I now have my notes, that's why I was going back and checking. And we are on agenda documents number 1554A and 1554A1, correct? That is what we are currently discussing?
I believe we're 1554D.
D, yeah.
The motion that Commissioner Weintraub had was to direct OGC to do a notice of proposed rulemaking with respect to agenda documents 1554A, 1554A1, and 1554D. The discussion continued, and bear with me. Subsequently, Commissioner Weintraub withdrew her motion and asked that it be held over to the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you
We
for
can
that
dispense with
clarification.
that
All right.
formality, then you can,
Then you want to renew your motion?
Yes, I do wish to renew my motion, and for those who are listening in cyberspace and have no idea what 1554D and A are all about, Commissioner Goodman had some proposals for regulatory attention to political parties, and the chair and I had a proposal, again, relating to coordination, particularly with respect to what we term closely associated organizations, outside groups that appear to be functioning very closely with candidate committees. My motion was to couple these 2 proposals. I will note that much has been made earlier today about how we should not be doing rulemakings when Congress is considering the same topics. Congress is and has been actively considering any number of proposals on the regulation of political parties. But that doesn't seem to stop you in this instance from wanting to do something here. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with our going forward and trying to provide some relief to political parties. I'm not sure about any of the particular proposals that you've come up with, whether they would withstand scrutiny under the Shays precedents, or, I'm agnostic at this point as to whether I think they are, these particular proposals are necessarily good ideas, but I'm happy to put them out there for public comment. I believe that every article that I've seen that talks about the role of political parties having been diminished always couples that with a discussion of because of the enhanced role of the super PAC. So I think it really are as I said before, they're two sides of the same coin. We should consider these issues together. And this is my effort to accommodate a rulemaking agenda that is near and dear to your heart, I know. It's not, this isn't my issue, this is your issue, the party issue. But we also have an issue that's near and dear to our heart that we think is very closely related to that. So in the spirit of trying to find a path forward, I thought maybe we could do it all together. And I hope that you will consider voting for it.
Was that the motion made?
So I move, I renew my motion that we direct the Office of General Counsel to prepare a rulemaking document that would cover the issues set forth in agenda documents 15-54A, AA1, and D.
Madam Chair, speaking to the
Yes.
motion.
Yes, please, Commissioner.
I appreciate that you don't oppose giving some relief to the political parties. And yet, I find some provisions in what you're marrying up with this new rebuttable presumption of coordination to be highly problematic. And fundamentally, the more I've studied it, here's my fundamental concern with creating a rebuttable presumption, particularly in the case of family members. And that is that what this proposed rule would do is discriminate against people in the exercise of their First Amendment rights based on their status as a family member to somebody else. Now, familial relationships is a protected liberty interest under the 14th Amendment. And in addition to that, we have the overlay of a fundamental constitutional right under the First Amendment, because here people would be exercising First Amendment rights, and we are going to discriminate against them by creating a rebuttable presumption that we do not create or assume in the case of any other person. So I think that is fundamentally problematic. Now, when I looked at the history of this issue, I saw that the Commission has, by majority vote, this would reverse a decision of the Commission that family status does not create this rebuttable presumption. And that was a decision just 2 years ago in the case of J. Chin for Congress, MER 6668, where in the factual and legal analysis approved by the Commission said, the complaint points out that J. and Shaw Chin, this was an independent expenditure only committee, with a brother who made independent expenditures and participated in them. And the Commission said in its FLA, the complaint points out that J. and Shaw Chin are siblings, but the Commission has never determined that a familial relationship standing alone is sufficient to find reason to believe that coordination took place. In the present matter, the complaint does not allege, and there is no information evidencing any discussion, participation, or other activity between the Chin brothers that might satisfy the conduct prong. So we would be reversing something that we decided about just 2 years ago. Now, that's not to say that the Commission couldn't reverse its prior position, but let me talk about some of the reasons why, while I'm on that subject. That has been historically the position of the Commission as well in analogous contexts. So, for example, in Advisory Opinion 2003-10, Senator Reid and his son, Rory Reid, came to the Commission and wanted to know if Rory Reid could raise unlimited funds under Nevada law without being a per se agent of Senator Reid for purposes of requesting what was soft money under the Bipartisan Campaign Reform Act. And in that advisory opinion, the Commission rejected a per se rule based on familial status. It says it is not enough that there is some relationship or contact between the principal and this agent. Thus, the father-son relationship alone is insufficient to create an agency relationship. Not a coordination case, but a per se rule based on familial relationships. We would be reversing that rule by analogy. So now let's talk about how the rebuttable presumption would operate to chill what could be wholly permissible and compliant speech. So in the the Federal Election Campaign Act regulates core First Amendment rights. All political activity is permitted unless it is expressly prohibited, right? Because we're operating in an area permeated by the First Amendment, and we can restrict it, but we're not here to permit it. So the Act and regulations prohibit only specific conduct for a compelling governmental interest implicated by that conduct. Now, the FECA also sets up, if you are going to be accused and held accountable for violating, for engaging in prohibited conduct, there must be a complaint. And either the complainant and or the commission bears the burden under the Act of affirmatively showing that someone has engaged in conduct that is prohibited. At the commission level, we have to make an affirmative finding of reason to believe. But now we would be using a presumption of guilt and removing that burden of proof at the first instance. So your free exercise of a constitutional right is restricted under a rebuttable presumption paradigm unless you can bear the burden of proving you have not broken the law. We've completely shifted that burden under the rebuttable presumption paradigm of this proposal. Now, even under the best of circumstances, it is incredibly difficult to prove a negative under a shifted burden. And it's not merely a theoretical concern that I'm expressing, because the case in point is the case you mentioned in our prior debate, MER 6611. It was Laura Ruderman, the case of Laura Ruderman. And in the case of Laura Ruderman, a mother established a super PAC to support her daughter. And when a complaint was filed that the mother and the daughter, based on their relationship, must have coordinated, there were submitted to the commission 5 or 6 unique affidavits from individuals involved in the process, expressly denying the conduct prongs of the coordination rule. And the First General Counsel's report once again reiterated the rule. The Commission has not found that a family relationship by itself is enough to provide reason to believe that there has been unlawful coordination. But then the First General Counsel's report went through in specific detail the sworn testimony of 5 or 6 people involved in that instance. Very specific statements about the absence of coordination. Sworn declarations submitted to this commission, and yet 3 commissioners did not agree with the Office of General Counsel's analysis and would not credit the sworn testimony before the commission. And so what does this mean? It means that under the rebuttable presumption that would be established in this proposal before, people cannot sustain, they will always be, even if they come in with affidavits, 5, 6 different people all testifying to their innocence, guess what they're going to be subjected to? A reason to believe finding. In other words, it's not going to be good enough. They're going to be subjected to an investigation, and the costs inherent with having to affirmatively prove their case in an investigation. And reasonable people will therefore refrain from engaging in wholly permissible and legal First Amendment activity to avoid this heavy and expensive burden of proving their innocence under the Ruderman test. So I can't support putting that burden on people based solely on the basis that they are a family member. I might also add that this proposal reverses Advisory Opinion 2011-12. That was a 6-0. That was a vote of 6-0 to the Senate Majority PAC, and several commissioners here voted for that. And it reverses votes that we took a month ago on this commission after our virtual whole-day meeting with Mr. Elias in the Senate Majority PAC, we just voted on 2 of these principles, and this would reverse a majority position that is probably less than a month old in that matter. So for all those reasons, yes, I support helping the political parties. I haven't heard real substantive objection to helping the political parties, but those are my substantive objections to creating a rebuttable presumption based on people merely because they have a familial relationship with another person. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Walter.
I think the reason that, first of all, I'll support the motion to move forward in the manner suggested by Commissioner Weintraub. But if we decide before we even vote that we're not going to agree to a particular one, it doesn't mean, I think, that we shouldn't offer more conversation in the public from people who may or may not be subject to it. Because as you can see from the most recent example, here we are, we have 2 or 3 AOs, advisory opinions, 2 or 3 areas of enforcement. We're all wiggling around this issue. If we took the time to have a rule, people in the street, except for the Marco Lasses in the world who would know about all of the AOs and the enforcement rules, would have some reasonable guidance on what father, son, mother, daughter, mother, son, father, daughter now could do. And I think that's really important to have it, to be able to read it in a reg that, this is a consideration under the following circumstances or something along that line. So that we're actually using the rules to provide guidance to people on the street. And maybe there's some contours out there that we haven't talked about because they only come up to us in a certain factual context. And we never get a chance to sit back and say, okay, we could really do it this way. And somebody a lot smarter than us might have a way where we can decide some of these things in a context that we can agree on. So that's the reason I think in a rulemaking we shouldn't automatically reject something that we're opposed to at the outset, as long as it might, if dialogue took place, might help establish some basic ground rules that we could move forward with.
Okay. Commissioner Hunter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Commissioner Walther and other comments have brought to fore a substantive, different way of looking at rulemakings here. I agree with you that in the context of the AOs we talked about this morning, those kinds of things might be appropriate to have a public hearing or a rulemaking or on certain issues. On certain issues, I agree with you. But on this one, I believe that if we put this document out, the one proposed by Commissioner Weintraub and the chair, yes, we get public comments, but there's almost no way that I could support doing some of these things, even if the vast majority of public comments were in favor of, let's just say, adopting number 2. We can talk a little bit more in detail about provision number 2. And so it's to me just a complete waste of the public's time to put out a proposal that is certain to not garner support by at least half of the commission. I mean, we just think that it's fundamentally unconstitutional, and I don't know that anybody's comments would change that. There are tons of areas of our regulations that don't implicate the First Amendment in the same way that this does. There really are a few. I know you're shocked to hear that, but there are some. With respect to number 2 in the proposal, it converts issue speech to political speech, in my view, and I'll tell you why. I read the provision here. Communications that are created, produced, or distributed based on information about the candidates or committee's campaign needs or plans that the candidate or committee provided to the expending person or entity, directly or indirectly, such as information concerning campaign messaging, planned expenditures, or polling data. You could imagine a situation whereby an organization like, let's just say, AARP or the NRA went and met with a member of Congress, and the member of Congress said, the Second Amendment is going to be a huge issue in my campaign. And then the NRA goes out and runs an independent expenditure on that, 6 months later, just because he says Or if he even doesn't say in my campaign, he just says that the Second Amendment is a big issue to me. Then somebody goes out and runs an independent expenditure talking about how so-and-so is a great person because he supports the Second Amendment. One could read this provision to say that that person got the information about the campaign directly, and it affects the messaging of the campaign. Or if the person just listened to a speech, didn't even go in and meet with the member of Congress, which that should be completely protected by the Constitution, and they just hear a member talking about the importance of the Second Amendment at a public forum or even on the news, and then went later and took that information to say, I'm going to run an independent expenditure talking about this issue, you could see how that person may violate this provision that's being proposed. And so I really just don't see a way forward for that kind of proposal. Again, regardless of what kind of comments come out, it's really flies in the face of the Constitution and would convert issue speech to political speech. It's not something that I would be able to support.
Commissioner Weintraub.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate my colleagues' comments. As Commissioner Goodman knows, after the last meeting, I said, if you have questions, if you have thoughts about this, my door's always open. Please come talk to me. As seems to be the case more often than not around here, you decided to save it all up for the public meeting. I do recall the cases that you talked about. It would have been nice to have known that those were your particular concerns. I would have reread them so they would be very fresh in my mind, but that's okay. The way that the commission used to do rulemakings, when it was able to do rulemakings, when we used to do half a dozen rulemakings a year, in addition to staying on top of our enforcement docket, yes, this actually happened, was that we had a general agreement on both sides of the aisle that people could put their thoughts, their proposals, their questions into the rulemaking document. And as I said before, this is our proposal. We've got another one. We're happy to include that as well. The real problem is that you are fundamentally not interested in doing any kind of rulemaking that would address super PACs. Every time we try and suggest it, you don't say, well, no, we don't want to do it this way, we want to do it that way. You say, just no. Now, back in Buckley, one of your favorite cases, the court said that contribution limits to candidates are constitutional. They are consistent with the First Amendment because when a candidate accepts unlimited contributions, it creates an inherent risk of corruption. That's what the court said. It's constitutional to have contribution limits for candidates. And what the court has said is independent spending, spending that is truly independent of the candidate, doesn't pose that risk because the candidate doesn't have that same kind of control. And what has evolved is a system where super PACs now, which didn't exist back in the Buckley era, super PACs now exist that function for the sole benefit of advancing an individual candidate. And some of these super PACs are indeed set up with the cooperation of the candidate, with the active participation of close associates of the candidate himself sometimes, the candidate's immediate family, the candidate's close advisors, people who advised the candidate in a previous election cycle. And the candidate goes out and raises money for them and tells people, go ahead and give money, in either directly or signals that is their super PAC. They're referred to publicly as the candidate's super PAC with an ownership interest almost. And we have this bizarre situation out there where it is illegal for the candidate, him or herself, to accept into their own campaign committee a $3,000 contribution, but it is perfectly legal for a super PAC that does absolutely nothing other than promote that candidate with the advice and counsel of people who are closely associated with that candidate to collect unlimited contributions, millions of dollars in contributions from individual donors. Some of these super PACs we've seen some super PACs that were almost solely supported by one individual who was very committed to the candidate and spent millions and millions of dollars on that candidate's behalf. And again, what this proposal would do would be to acknowledge the reality of that and to take into account the Supreme Court guidance that these independent groups have to be truly independent, otherwise they will pose the very same risk of corruption. And that's what we're trying to prevent. Now, we modeled this proposal, which, by the way, is not limited to, doesn't really talk all about family members. That's just one aspect of it. We modeled this on some ideas that Richard Buffalt has articulated in a law review article that he's submitted to the Commission. We've all had access to it, and to the recently adopted rules. We also looked at the recently adopted rules of the California Fair Political Practices Commission, and that's where we got this notion of the rebuttable presumption. And in my notion of the rebuttable presumption was that it was a way of saying these aren't automatic disqualifiers. I mean, I had seen earlier versions of proposals suggested, and I have contemplated other versions of proposals that would just say, if you meet this, and this criteria, then it's a done deal. We're automatically going to find that that is coordinated. But we moved to the rebuttable presumption because we wanted to provide an opportunity for people to come in and say, no, that's not true in this case. Now, if you don't like rebuttable presumption, we could talk about factors instead of rebuttable presumptions. I think this could be reworked if it's the rebuttable presumption that you're all hung up on. But for the benefit of people who are listening and don't have this scintillating blue document in front of them, what the proposal suggests is that it's not just the single factor of a family relationship, contrary to what Commissioner Goodman was suggesting before, that automatically puts someone at legal risk. First, you've got to have an organization that is whose election-related spending is the majority of it. Let me start over. An organization which is spending the majority of its election-related spending for the benefit of a single candidate. And in addition to that, the organization either, there's a number of factors here that could come into play, has an employee, independent contractor, or founder who is, the candidate's immediate family member, or who previously was employed by or worked as an independent contractor for the candidate or a committee authorized by the candidate in the past year. Or maybe none of those things are true. Or this election, this single candidate super PAC, I'll use the shorthand, has received fundraising support from the candidate's campaign, the candidate's immediate family member or staff in the past year. Or it shares a common vendor with the candidate, and the common vendor provided any of the services listed at Regulation 11 CFR 109.21 D42, which is part of our existing coordination regulation, or has been publicly identified by the candidate as a vehicle for supporting that very same candidate. The candidate's out there saying, hey, you want to support me? Go give money to this super PAC. So that there are, it's not just hinged on the rights of family members or the existence of family members, although I think for most people out there, they wouldn't find it terribly surprising that we would look at that we would look at relationships with candidates when we're trying to figure out whether the super PAC that is doing nothing but supporting that candidate, or at least spending a majority of its spending supporting that candidate, when we look at whether that group is truly independent of the candidate. I think a lot of people out there would not find it counterintuitive to say, well, let's look at some of these relationships and let's factor that into the test of what is truly independent, a test that has been endorsed by the Supreme Court and is in no way unconstitutional. So this was a slightly revised version of an idea that we've been kicking around for a while. You don't like this one? We're happy to engage with you on modifying this. But as I said, I think the real problem is, and this is really a continuation of the earlier discussion, that you're just, no matter how many people out there write in and say, we think this is a big problem, the relationship between candidates and super PACs and whether they're really functioning in an independent way, no matter what people say, you are just unwilling to regulate super PACs anyway. You're unwilling to look at our coordination regulations and see whether they still make any sense at all in a world of single candidate super PACs that are out there doing all the advertising. As I said, the single candidate super PACs are taking on more and more of the functions of what used to be run out of the campaign itself, which only makes the candidates more and more indebted to the folks who are running the super PACs and the folks who are supporting the super PACs. And I think there is a real risk of corruption there. The kind of corruption that the Supreme Court has specifically acknowledged is a factor that the commission can consider and in crafting rules. So that's my pitch. I don't expect that I'm going to convince anyone. Yes, I voted against the Ruderman case, and I don't think this in any way contradicts precedents that say if the only thing that you've got is the fact that there's a family member, then that's not going to be enough to trigger an investigation, and indeed it wouldn't be under this proposal either.
Any other comments? Okay. Commissioner Wong.
I'm just going to remind Commissioner Hunter, sometimes I change my mind. Yeah,
It
this
doesn't
lady,
happen
but-
that
but
often,
By the
but yes,
time
you
she
do.
gets done
Sometimes
grinding
you
on me,
do.
sometimes I actually realize that, okay, you're making some sense there, I can go along with that. So I
Sometimes.
just want to tell you that it can happen.
Commissioner Goodman will,
Point taken.
Madam Chair, this is your proposal. So I just have a
Right.
few technical questions. Under the definition of election-related spending, one is spending of funds for the purpose of influencing a federal election. And number three is expenditures reported as independent expenditures. So I guess one question I have is what's the difference between an expenditure to influence a federal election, which historically has been given the definition of express advocacy, and three, expenditures reported as independent expenditures, which are express advocacy expenditures. What was the thought behind capturing something different?
well,
than
we also
IEs?
have two electioneering communications.
I'm not questioning those because I know
Right.
what those are.
And
So my question is, what's the
it's a-
distinction between one and three?
It's just a catch-all, I would say, to ensure that it's understood that it will be all of these three together, one and
A
two.
catch-all. It's broader than electioneering communications and independent expenditures.
No, it's expenditures that are reported as independent expenditures together with all those other spending to influence a federal election, including and electioneering. That's all. It's not, and if you're not satisfied with those definitions, as my colleague has indicated, we can discuss them.
Well, then
I'm
why
happy to
delineate a
discuss them.
separate provision from electioneering communications and independent expenditures? Why delineate another provision called influencing a federal election?
Well, we can talk-
And then enhancing it further by saying any candidate research and polling.
Well,
Oh,
it
wait,
doesn't
what if I
say
don't
any
make-
candidate
doesn't.
research and polling.
Including candidate research and
It's
polling.
including candidate.
Well, let me ask you,
Including
if I make
candidate
no
research.
communication, but I've performed polling to inform my organization about the candidates, I've run some head-to-heads,
Right.
that kind of expenditure now becomes the subject of coordination?
Is it provided to the candidate?
That would be an in-kind contribution. That's different. Or are you taking in-kinds and putting them in here? I'm trying to understand why we have this separate provision in addition to independent expenditures.
To the extent that candidate research and polling would go behind the independent expenditures and electioneering communications, they would be captured there. So it wouldn't just be the expense of
Okay.
broadcasting.
So it's not a
the ad.
standalone provision influencing a federal election. It is expenditures that underlie the independent expenditure, that go into the actual communication by.
I think it would certainly be interpreted that way, and I would be happy to engage with you in the nuances of what that means in the context of the rulemaking, or even in the context of drafting the notice of proposed rules.
So you're asking to open this door. I'm trying to see what door we're opening. I have another question down below.
So far, we're
Are
just
you
asking the
planning
council to
to,
draft
we're just,
something.
right, we're just asking for it to be drafted. We're not suggesting that this is the
Well, before I
final
open the door on the
product.
drafting, I have a right
Well-
to understand what I'm voting on. I'm just asking some technical questions about
course.
the
Go
proposal
ahead.
that you all drafted and
Of
placed on the
course.
public agenda.
Right.
I get a question about whether or not
one.
the sharing of information is direct or indirect. That's down below on page 2. Would public domain, is it contemplated in this proposal that sharing information through the public domain, either through the press statements about what our strategy is or posting information on the World Wide Web, is that considered an indirect sharing of information, or is it contemplated that that's what we mean by direct or indirect? Or do we contemplate something more specific than placing strategy and needs and desires in the public domain?
In my view, I think that's something that we should put out for comment and discuss with people as to whether it should be a narrower or a broader concept, whether we want to try and capture people announcing publicly, hey, it sure would be great if somebody would run some ads talking about my record on the Second Amendment in the northeast quadrant of the state. Boy, that would be helpful. I mean, that's a public statement.
People do that now. People say, I'm having trouble in New Hampshire, or I'm having trouble, or I need extra help in South Carolina. Some people say, I'm not going to compete in Iowa. I'm going to put all my eggs into New Hampshire. They say that publicly. Is that under this? Would that be indirect sharing of needs? Is that the wink and a nod that we would treat as coordinated expenditure if a group decided to not spend any money after that? Hearing that in the public airwaves, if an independent expenditure only committee decided at that point, I'm not going to spend any money in Iowa, going to spend all of our money discussing this race in New Hampshire, would that type of public statement then become a form of indirect sharing and coordination?
That's a question that I would like to pose in the notice of proposed rulemaking and get public comment on.
I don't know that I need public comment to decide that issue and where I come down on that issue.
You probably don't need public comment to decide how you're going to
Well,
vote on this issue in any sense.
What I'm hearing is that there are many unanswered
Well,
contemplations here.
there
Okay.
are.
What happens
That's
at the beginning of a
point.
notice of proposed
That is
rulemaking?
the point of it.
This isn't the end point, it's the beginning.
Well, let me just say that I also on page 3, under numbers 5 and 6 on page 3, this follows up on Commissioner Hunter's concerns that she expressed. It speaks in terms of an advertisement that someone has participated in, suggesting at any time historically, without any content restriction at all. And that in number 6, the promote, support, attack, or oppose language appears, which, do you have a clear understanding of what support or oppose somebody means? Because that's the PASO standard, and it vexes a lot of people. And so it looks like we are going to expand the realm into issue speech. This was Commissioner Hunter's point. Do you have an answer to that concern? That we are not expanding, we are not proposing to expand the subject of coordination beyond independent expenditures and electioneering communications to issue speech?
Well, if issue speech, depending on what kind of issue speech it is, if it is coordinated, if a candidate, for example, requested it, then it might well be brought in. But again, that's something that I would want to explore in the rulemaking context. We had some discussion about this probably 10 years ago in a rulemaking here, but I think a lot has changed in the last 10 years, and I think we could have a very informative set of public comments and hearing on this. And I just want to be clear about the participated in the recording of an advertisement, because you left out the second part of that, which is created or paid for by an independent expenditure-only political committee. So you've got a super PAC out there that is doing nothing but advancing the interests of a particular candidate and trying to get that candidate elected, and the candidate appears in their advertising, shows up and allows themselves to be filmed by that super PAC for the purpose of their running an ad on that candidate's behalf. Do I think that would indicate a degree of coordination? Well, yeah, I do, actually.
Well, the way it's worded is have participated, meaning in the past. And an advertisement, what if the advertisement discusses the need for a March of Dimes or, a charitable message?
I would be
Would you
happy
count
to,
that as-
I'd be happy to amend that to make sure that wouldn't, that wouldn't be captured by this. I think that's a fair comment, and I think that is exactly what one does in the process of writing a rule. You put out a proposal, you get comments, you exchange feedback with your colleagues, and you try and come up with a better rule. But yes, if somebody shows up in a studio that is paid for by a single candidate super PAC that is set up only to advance the interests of that particular individual. And let's say the individual hasn't declared his or her candidacy yet, but then they declare his or their candidacy a day after they do the filming, and the super PAC runs the ad. Do I think that ought to be captured? Yeah, I do.
Commissioner Hunter.
I don't think we're going to resolve this today.
No,
but
I'm so disappointed. It's been
But I
such a
just
great
want to say
debate.
that as I said earlier, there are many proposals here that I wouldn't be willing to vote for, even with public comment, because we think they're unconstitutional, suppress issue speech, all the things that we like to talk about. But I do want to say I appreciate the fact that this is at least a proposal with some particularity, unlike the one that we voted on a little while ago, where it just was sort of an amorphous, idea, sort of cribbed from the New York Times. This one at least has some particularity, so I do at least appreciate that.
Well, let me just say that I have been talking about the issues in that first proposal for years now, so it's not something that's been cribbed from the New York Times.
Maybe they cribbed it from you.
Maybe. A lot of people are
possible.
talking about these issues. I think that's part of our point.
Right. I think the frustration here is, and we'll go back to the fact that there's two actual parts to this motion, and that includes your party request that you've been, talking about over a year, and how it is, as Commissioner Weintraub said, based. And I've not only heard it from you, but I've heard it from many others, that it's based on the fact that there are independent expenditures and super PACs that are getting unlimited amounts of money and therefore are weakening the parties and the important role that parties play in our democratic system. I don't know, there's still, social scientists who disagree with that, but viscerally, I agree. I'm concerned about that problem, for sure, but it seems to me very odd that none of the proponents of permitting much greater loosening of rules with respect to the parties are also interested in doing something about the problems of both disclosure and coordination relating to super PACs and independent expenditures. And it leads me to believe that perhaps that argument is a straw argument, and that really what we're hoping for here, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, is a complete loosening of campaign finance rules that are meant to protect the public from corruption in the system. It's just anomalous to me that those of you who are constantly having this refrain would be more concerned about having some way of looking at the impact of super PACs rather than going the other way, which is, okay, it's free for all for everybody. I mean, that's the problem here. What we're asking for, if you don't like specifics of it, if you raise issues that are problematic, if council raises issues that are problematic, we certainly are open to making changes there. But I don't see any willingness to even consider these issues, and that is causing concern, I think, to me and to many others in the public. So given that, all those in favor?
On the table.
Motion on the table. All those in favor of the motion? You have the motion, Madam Secretary.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed?
No.
Okay, Madam Secretary, that motion fails. Commissioner Weintraub, Walther, and myself voting yes, and Commissioner Goodman, Hunter, and Vice Chair Peterson voting no. Okay. The next, I know, right. The next item, which is the actual item 7, is the, let's see, I don't have it together. is commission documents, public disclosure policies. And I understand that
I've
with,
asked this to be held over.
you've asked for the portions that
No, I asked for item 7 to be held over.
Well, you know, I don't think these are actually tied together in the sense that this issue relating to the memorandum from the acting general counsel is separate from your issues relating to enforcement. These two have been around a very long time, and I don't understand what is your concern about having a discussion about the portions that don't relate to your particular item that you've raised.
Would you delineate, Madam Chair, which items?
Yes, it's item 15-27B, I believe, and 15-27C. And
Perhaps Mr. Calvert may help us. Mr. Calvert, one of those addressed my proposal. One of those was about other
One of them did.
documents.
That's
So which
correct.
one is which? I've read both of them.
well, the one, let me just say, the part that mentions your proposal certainly could be exempted, and I'd like that also responded to if we.
Madam Chair, I've
vote on
requested
this matter.
that the whole item be held. Now, if
Uh-huh.
the commission's not going to recognize my hold,
Right.
I'll accede to, but I've requested if I asked the entire item just be held. I felt that we were discussing greater disclosure of commission records overall. They were placed, the chair is the person who placed these all together as an item 7.
That's correct.
And so I asked that item 7 be held because we were discussing how to make more documents publicly available overall. And now there are 2 general counsel memoranda here, I believe, or maybe there are 3. But one of them directly relates to my proposal, and the other one was about other documents. It wasn't, but I've asked that the entire item be held. So I guess first I'd like parliamentary
All right.
inquiry. Will the chair recognize my request to hold the entire item?
I will recognize your request, and I'll hold the entire item over. I was just suggesting that they are not related, and I'm not certain what your rationale is for wanting to hold over something that is potentially unrelated and that could be discussed today.
They are
But-
more related than the 2 rulemakings we just combined in one motion.
Well, Mr. Patalis.
Yeah, thank you. I have sort of a related parliamentary inquiry, which is in moving to item 7, the commission did not address a couple of the items under item 6
Oh.
that were pending still. And I just want to make sure
Oh, right.
that it's still the intent of the commission to address those. The technical modernization and
We had a discussion about the technical modernization, and that has been also requested that it be.
I don't know who requested
Oh, I
that it
thought
be
you did.
held from discussion. I do know that Commissioner Hunter's office said that we weren't prepared to vote.
Right. But I
But-
thought we had a conversation
Oh,
in the
I didn't know that was
interim
resolved.
today and decided to
I'll
hold it.
defer to the vice chair's desire on that.
Yeah, I think on that matter, I think in the interest of time and sanity, I think it'd be a good thing
Right.
to hold that until the next meeting.
Right, and there's,
also item B, I think was the other one.
right, the party segregated accounts.
We have discussed that previously. We've had a colloquy about it.
Mm-hmm.
It was my proposal at one time that I would vote for that as drafted by the Office of General Counsel, despite my reservations about it, if we could marry it with the state and local party proposal that I made. And there didn't seem to be any interest in proceeding in that package. And so I believe this one stays on the table for the time being.
Okay, so.
Unless somebody
so-
wants to move
well,
it now.
that's-
I'm not
that's the
prepared to vote
question.
for it alone.
That was the
Because I
question.
had
Do you want it
substantive
to be, do you want it to be held with the other documents, or do you want to, or have it
I'm
discussed
sorry,
today?
on this item, Madam Chair, item 6, I'm not holding anything.
No, I mean your own proposals, which was agenda document 15-54A and on regulatory relief for political parties.
Those really are one item because one amends the other. And we have voted that out and it failed by a vote of 3-3.
Okay, so that
So I'm not still
is-
proposing that here
that's
today
done.
or
ever.
I may come back
That's
again.
off the agenda?
January or February with something,
Okay.
but that's, unless some
Okay.
other commissioner requests to keep them on an agenda, I have not.
Okay.
As for the other item, that is OGC's document. I'm
Right.
not prepared to support it if someone wants to move it standalone. But I'm not holding it. And it-
Commissioner Weintraub.
I mean, I'm not sure whether further, I asked my colleagues whether further discussion or thought would assist them, or whether we should just have an up or down vote on this proposal right now, which is in 15-54B. It's an outline of a draft NPRM that would implement the party segregated accounts. Congress, in the Cromnibus last year, made changes to what party committees can accept. And I actually think it would be really helpful if our reg book would acknowledge that. Because right now, if you looked at our reg book, you might not realize that parties can accept as much money as they can. So I think it would be a good thing if our regulations were in sync with the law. And I would be prepared to move this right now, that we ask that we direct the Office of General Counsel to
I'm sorry, are
draft.
you making a motion or are you saying
Well,
you're prepared to? Because
well,
as I was going to,
my-
before you make the motion, I was just going to
Well, my
interject.
question to my colleagues is, I'm prepared to make this motion and to vote in support of it today. And the motion would be to direct the Office of General Counsel to draft an NPRM along the lines of the outline that is laid out in Agenda Document Number 15-54B. Now, if my colleagues have not made up their mind on that proposal, or they want more time on it, I'm happy not to make that motion. If you've already made up your mind on it, then we might as well get it over with.
Right.
Speaking solely for myself, there are aspects of this I could support, and there are aspects of this as written, which we have previously discussed at this table, that I cannot support. And so I couldn't support that motion today, but I do hold open the possibility that we could continue to discuss this. Now, just so you know, by way of full disclosure, I don't know that I'm going to want to support this without addressing other regulatory issues for the parties. So that, if you want to push it to a 3-3 vote, but my point is, there are provisions here that may be salutary and helpful to the parties and provide us clarity and them clarity in the process. So I guess what I'm saying is, it's possible I could support this. It would need edits, but I don't want to support it standalone without adding other party regulatory proposals.
So I want to be clear on what, I want to make sure I understand you. So is your position that unless we also incorporate the ideas in Agenda Document Number 15-54A, that you are unwilling to engage in a rulemaking to amend our
I'm not prepared to say that
regulations?
definitively. I mean, we could modify this perhaps in ways that I could support standalone. I cannot support it standalone as is today.
Okay.
And the only way I was prepared to support this as is if we packaged it with a broader set of issues for the parties, in which case I would have supported it without an edit, notwithstanding my reservations about certain provisions. So it's possible we could ameliorate those concerns, and I guess what I'm saying is possible. And I haven't formed an opinion that I couldn't, under any conditions, support this.
Well, if I could just respond to that. I mean, I don't know how anybody else feels, and I want to preclude anybody else, but my own view based on that is that I would prefer not to, push it to a vote right now, in hopes that you will actually provide us with some guidance as to what sort of edits you would like to see that would make it acceptable to you.
Well, I haven't studied it line by line, but the big issue that I saw, and we discussed at the table, was it countermands the advisory opinion we gave the Democratic National Committee and the Republican National Committee last year. And I do not support countermanding that advisory opinion.
Are you unwilling to have a question about it in an NPRM as to what we should do about that advisory opinion?
It's
in light of
possible
the
I'd have to
comments?
read that, but listen, I'm trying to be helpful.
No, I'm
that's a
trying to
very
learn.
specific concern that I discussed at this table. And so, but that's the one that came to mind immediately. Now, there may be other items in here. Some of the items I thought were fair, provided clarity to everyone. Some of them I think are very fair in here. But not that I've studied it or even discussed it.
Yeah, I was going to
with
say,
anyone.
which ones do you think are fair?
Oh, well,
so
no,
that
I
we
mean,
can go from there.
Well, it'll be the issue of addressing transfers among accounts. You know, if you have the administrative accounts shouldn't be able to subsidize the election account. I agree with that. So there are things in here that.
Good, that's progress.
Yes, and that's a very pro-regulatory position. I mean, but it seems commonsensical and it seems implicit in the statute or the legislative language that Congress gave us. So those are, but, for example, and Mr. Nodi, you may be able to tell me whether this has anything to say on this issue. I believe it does.
On the transfer issue?
The transfer issue.
Yes.
If the election account spends money on building or legal, the legal or building, I believe this is in there, Mr. Nodi, should be able to reimburse the election account for those purposes that were, for which those accounts were set up. I believe you addressed that here.
Right, I don't remember how explicitly it says that, but yes, that's, if those exact words aren't in there, that's certainly part of the gist of it, yes.
So those are some of the issues that we could conceivably address. But, so if you want to take more time with it, let's take more time.
Well, I
But-
would encourage you to actually, I'm comfortable with it the way it is. I'm happy to hear all of your concerns. I would encourage you to take some time to look at the document. I mean, I don't know whether we want to refer this to the Regs Committee or we just want to make this a, anybody can pitch in discussion. But let's not save it till we put it on an agenda and then the day before suddenly people start looking.
If I have confidence that the Regulations Committee is going to meet and roll up its sleeves and do this work, then I would be happy to refer this to the Regulations Committee. I lost confidence in the Regulations Committee this year, which is why I started bringing regulatory proposals directly to the public meetings.
Which is a prerogative of any commissioner.
Yes, it
It
is.
certainly is, and I exercise that prerogative, and that's why I exercise that
As
prerogative.
did we.
And you did, and you started it.
Right.
And so I just joined the party,
I'm glad
okay?
you liked it.
And.
Probably the only time we'll be in the same party.
So, I would say let's let the Regulations Committee undertake this if there is a commitment of the Regulations Committee to meet and undertake some of these issues. In fact, I would take the tech modernization regulation and we could do the same thing if I have confidence that, I don't even know who's going to be on the Regulations Committee next
I
year.
think the tech modernization was already on. We already discussed it to some degree. And
Yeah, I have other
I
issues.
think, no, I understand. Here's the problem that I have with this is that, OGC's memo in this particular matter was out to the commission in May of this year.
Which one are we discussing now?
The,
NPRM for party segregated accounts?
yes, no, the one that we're just, yes. Party segregated accounts.
Which document are we discussing, tech modernization?
No, the party segregated accounts, tech modernization, I'm not sure, I don't have the.
If I recall
But
correctly.
I'm worried about timing. I'm worried about having it extend
That I never
out.
was able.
Yeah, it's the outline that came to the Regs Committee.
Yeah, and who made that public? Because the Office of General Counsel did not make that public. And no one on this side of the table made that public. In
I
other
didn't
words,
make it public.
if my recall, it went public at the request of a commissioner with no input of other commissioners and no opportunity.
This document? Are you talking about? The convention account one. Yeah. I have no idea.
Yeah, we didn't discuss.
Well, in any case, I mean, my point is
Privileged
only that I would hate to have it go, I mean, it's been on this commission's agenda, both of these, for a number of times, and I would hate to have it go back into purgatory. It would, and since you're ready to think about various issues, it might make more sense to have some discussion.
I think Commissioner Weintraub and I are the only two who've expressed a strong opinion about it up till now. I've laid bare some concerns.
And if you want to have further conversations that get into the nitty-gritty, I welcome you to walk next door and come into my office. I'm happy to talk to you about it. And maybe we could amend this document in a way that would make it more palatable to you.
Special Purpose Regulations Committee.
I was just going to weigh in and just say that I think it would be actually helpful not to make the motion now. I think there is some real potential for, I think, crafting something that might be a standalone. I think I share Commissioner Goodman's concern that I think that there would need to be some modifications, but I think that there may be a path forward. So, and I think that that's worth pursuing between now and the next meeting to see if there's that possibility.
All right, so we'll hold over this matter until at least preliminarily the first meeting, first open meeting. Is that a sufficient time? No. Then it will be.
I don't mind it being placed on the agenda.
Yes,
By the way, it's been on
then-
the agenda and we have discussed it. I mean, I've been open about, I have discussed it.
Yeah,
Now, we
no.
haven't resolved my concerns. I just don't know that we'll be in a position to rewrite the outline between now and, I mean, it's very detailed. There are a lot of work went into it. Mr. Nodi, you're commended, for Mr. Stepanovich, you're commended for the amount of work and thought that's gone into it. It's apparent on the document. But, it's going to take a lot of work. So I don't know whether I'm prepared to vote for it in January. I do plan on taking some time off. So.
But at least it can be a placeholder so it doesn't get lost.
I'm not looking to make it get lost. But if
Okay.
we send it to the Regulations Committee, we haven't resolved that. If we send it to the Regulations Committee is going to have to do some work on it. It may not be ready to come back to a blue agenda at the first meeting in January. The question is, do you want to send it to the Regulations Committee for further work?
Whatever is the most efficient way of getting it done.
Well, we might have a new regulation committee, so why not?
Well, then we're not going to have a new regulations committee immediately, right?
And I'm just throwing out,
It's
we
gonna-
got to just figure out when some timing that'll work on that side. Let's make it work and see if we can, maybe get a partial, something down the road.
Madam Chair, I recommend that we take the technological modernization regulation and agenda document number 15-54B and refer them to the Regulations Committee of the Commission. I'll make that a motion,
Okay.
just
There's
so
a
that we have a
motion.
way forward.
There's a motion on the table. All those in favor? Is there more discussion?
I don't think we need a motion for that. I'm
Yeah, I
happy to
don't either.
proceed down that
Okay,
path.
I just
Yeah.
didn't see it being brought to some conclusion, so I decided to crystallize it in a motion.
Okay. Mr. Nodi?
Just for technological modernization, just to point out, that document is the product of very extensive deliberations and discussions among the Regulations Committee and others.
was.
I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware of that.
And frankly, my understanding that
Was.
having gone through some narrowing in and scope discussions in the Regs Committee, that fairly recently you decided you wanted to throw some new issues in there.
Well, we only discussed it fairly recently. I've only had one opportunity to discuss it. Ms. Selenkoff was here, and I asked questions. For example, I mean, it was the first time we got to discuss this.
You don't
was
have to wait for a meeting.
at the last meeting, and, the public has a right to listen to us discuss these as well. So, and one question that I had was, if we were expanding the definition of website to include internet-enabled devices or applications everywhere we saw the word website in our regulations, Why weren't we doing that where the term website appeared in the press exemption? That made me decide, well, as long as we're looking at the press exemption and website, perhaps we could add books, moving pictures, and videos to the press exemption. That looks like a technological modernization and would codify some advisory opinions here, because books, moving pictures, and videos, the Supreme Court has said, are part of the press entitled to the Free Press Clause. So there are other provisions. I'll work through the press committee, or we can discuss it here. Small electronic displays, or the term small electronic communications, could be added to the small items exemption, as long as we are updating these regulations for technological modernization. I discussed at the table, I had questions. I had questions about referring to Bitcoins when there are many media of exchange as currency, and taking that presumption that they're currency, as opposed to calling them alternative mediums of exchange.
Commissioner, could I
Yeah,
just
I'm sorry.
interject?
You said that that was the first chance we ever had to have this discussion.
Let me just suggest, in my humble opinion, that editing a 100-page plus document by bringing it to the full commission and having commissioners say, well, on page 77, I have a problem on line 13, is not a very efficient way of us resolving it. So if you would like to, you seem to feel strongly about these issues. My suggestion is that it might be more efficient if you marked up the document and gave us something to react to that we could read, not at the table, but, with time for.
Then I will renew my motion that we refer these two rulemakings to the Regulations Committee. There's a motion on the floor. I mean, do you want me to write this up in a memorandum? By the way, I have a draft memorandum. It's not blue, but I have one on these very changes. Now, I could go blue and we could discuss these and hash them out at a public meeting like this.
No, I'm actually
No.
suggesting that you send it to us so we
Right,
could
so
look
we
at
can
it in
know what they
advance
are.
and think about it.
Okay, well, I can make it a public document, and you
Or
can
you
react
can
to
make
it,
it a public document.
or we can work through a Regulations Committee. Those are the two opportunities we have to hash this out as a commission, and work on the actual drafting.
Well, those
So-
aren't the only ways
That's
of
right. There's a
hashing it out.
third way to hash it out.
There is the
but-
way that the commission has historically done it, which is that if a commissioner wishes to edit a rulemaking document, he edits the rulemaking document, circulates it electronically through that new medium of email to all commissioners, so that all commissioners have a chance to look at the document in advance of coming to the meeting. Sitting in a public meeting and going over for the first time, oh, you have a problem on page 77, is not conducive to thoughtful decision-making. That's my suggestion.
Okay, I will circulate my thoughts via memorandum in either late this month or early January, and we can consider them. Now, there's a motion on the floor, Madam Chair.
Well, would you be willing to accept a friendly amendment to your motion to
Well, tell me what the
bifurcate
amendment
these?
is, and we can vote on the amendment.
To have this one remain on the commission agenda. I'm just concerned about the length of time. So have this one on the agenda and have the other one go to the Rules Committee. I mean,
I will accept that. By the way, I'll vote for that if it's
Right.
an amendment to the pending motion. I will
Yes.
vote for that, or I will amend my motion to say we will keep technological modernization on the public agenda. I will distribute blue a memorandum proposing changes to be discussed at the table at the next public meeting, as well as before the public meeting, and we will refer my motion is to refer the implementing party segregated accounts to the Regulations Committee for further work.
okay. All right. Are there any further comments about that? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, Madam Secretary, that motion, you have that motion, I take it, I asked you.
Yes, and 1554B is being referred to the Regulations Committee.
Bear with me. Yes, ma'am. 15-54-B, entitled Reg 2014-10, outline of draft NPRM implementing party segregated accounts, is being referred to the Regulations Committee for further work.
Thank you.
Okay, so that motion is unanimous of those at the table, and we are still awaiting the vote from Commissioner Walther, who stepped out. Okay, now where are we? Multi-state IEs.
Before you close that vote, Commissioner Walther's back.
Oh, Commissioner Walther. The motion was
I'm for it.
great. That is unanimous, Madam Secretary. All right, the next item. All right. The next item is item 8, notice of proposed rulemaking on reporting multi-state independent expenditures and electioneering communications in presidential primary elections. I understand Ms. Waldstreicher is here, as is Robert Knott of the Office of General Counsel. I understand there have been some discussions among commissioners on this matter. Is there, Commissioner Hunter?
Yes, there have been discussions, and we've talked about this numerous times in several public meetings over the past few months.
Right.
And the long and short of it is that we're willing to support Agenda Document 15-50B. We think it's a reasonable bipartisan compromise that will provide for more public disclosure than the current advisory opinion Western Representation PAC, which many people have complained about, said it's unworkable, and if it's manipulated a certain way, it will provide less disclosure than the document that we're prepared to vote for. I have talked to a variety of my colleagues, and my understanding is that we only have 3 votes for this document today. I understand it's possible that maybe people will be willing to support this in January, and typically I like to give people time to think about things, but just because the Iowa caucuses are in something like 45 days, and obviously people are already running these types of ads. I saw a whole bunch of them when I watched the debate the other night. I just don't think we can wait any longer. So I think it's important to put on the record today the votes of the commission. Obviously, happy to reconsider if people want to vote for it or a version of it in January, but don't want to cut off discussion, but I'm prepared to make the motion when it's appropriate.
Commissioner Weintraub.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank Commissioner Hunter for engaging me with me on this and for patiently waiting while I tried to work through some of these issues. I was hoping that we could come to some agreement, maybe around an interim final rule with a sunset provision that would then be coupled with a rulemaking that would allow us to see what happens in this cycle and then come up with a permanent rule at the end of the cycle. The primary reason that I cannot support the motion that Commissioner Hunter either just has or is about to make is that hinging the 24-hour reports to the date of the convention means that we won't get any 24-hour reports because people don't run ads. People run ads in advance of the primaries when people are actually voting. Nobody's actually voting by the time you get to the convention. I mean, God knows what will happen next year, but generally, all the advertising is done in advance of the convention. So if that's the date that's going to be the trigger for 24-hour reports, we're not going to see any. Now, it's true that we may capture some of that under this proposal in some of that same information in 48-hour reports.
I don't think it's may, right? I think it's will.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
We'll capture some of that information in 48-hour reports, but the statute doesn't say you don't have to file 24-hour reports as long as the same information shows up in a 48-hour report. There are 2 separate reporting requirements. One is for 24-hour reports and one is for 48-hour reports. And I'm sympathetic to I don't think this is an attempt to quash disclosure. And I'm sympathetic to the goals, but I don't think that we as a commission can say, well, we're basically going to set it up in a way that one provision of the statute, the 24-hour reporting regime, is just not going to ever come into play. So that's, I had offered to use a different trigger date, the date of the first primary, in the case of ads that are multi-state. You just take the first date out of whichever states are being targeted by the ads, and you say, okay, we'll just go by the first one. So it would be an improvement over the Western Representation Pact. People would only have, they would still have one reporting requirement based on one date, and they wouldn't have to do all the fancy dividing and I think the commenters, all two of them, suggested that I acknowledge they liked your proposal better, but they said that this would also be an improvement over the current situation, which is that we have an AO out there that was supported by, remarkably enough, a unanimous commission, the Western Representation PAC, and that is all that people have to go by now, and nobody likes it. So it is unfortunate that we were unable to come to an agreement, and I really cast no blame on that. I understand where my colleagues are coming from, but I won't be able to support the motion.
Commissioner Hunter.
Under the document that I haven't moved it yet, but that I will, my understanding is that it would capture under the 48-hour requirement every IE unless it's less than $10,000, which I don't know that there is such a thing as a nationwide IE that can be run for less than $10,000. So I think it would capture all or almost all of these IEs on the 48-hour report. So while it's not perfect, it's, I think, the closest thing to it, and I just wanted to point out the 48-hour point.
And, I myself think that it's really great that you've been trying to negotiate this and unfortunately haven't come to some conclusion on it. I mean, personally, I would like to see a sunset provision.
Oh, I said last time and
You
the time
did agree to
before
that.
that, happy to add that in. We didn't add it in because we
After-
didn't want it, but if.
Right
if-
after the election.
Yeah, we'll add that in. There's a sunset provision, I think it's, yes, we could add that in right now, that it would expire at the end of the calendar year or right after the election.
Could we ask council whether we could do that in an interpretive? I know we could do that in an interim final rule. I'm not sure if we can do that in an interpretive rule.
Yeah, would we have to have a rule?
You sent an email on this, right?
Right, there was, that's something I'm not sure we want to talk about in open session, but there's an email from one of us here on that topic.
My recollection was that it might not be clear, but that it was not prohibited and that it was generally speaking okay. I don't have it in front of me, but.
Well, maybe we should then, I mean, that's my concern. I don't want this to go on. I understand where we are now and, maybe we could hold off on a vote. I wouldn't support your motion unless I was confirmed with some of that.
Okay.
It's up to you. You can,
Right.
you can
I mean,
take the
as I
vote.
said,
It's fine.
there are people are running these right now, and I just
Right.
think it's important for people to know that there's at least 3 commissioners. Happy to bring, if needs to be a motion to reconsider, I don't even know if we would need that to do this again. Happy to open it back up in January, and
Okay.
maybe in January we have 4, 5, or 6 votes, but, these are issues that we've been thinking about and talking about, and we got the memo from council 2 months, I don't know, it was a while ago, and so, but again.
Right, but
generally don't
we
wanna
were getting more information about it in terms of both from Ms. Chacona, who provided us with some information, and then my understanding that you were trying to negotiate a deal up to yesterday, potentially. I don't know. So it's not as if I'm not paying attention to the issue and not wanting to delay it. But it's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
Why don't we take the vote?
Okay, that's fine. And again, happy to do it again in January.
Okay.
I move adoption of agenda document number 15-50B.
Okay. Any comments, questions? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
No.
No,
Okay.
I have a comment.
Okay.
I did say,
Commissioner
I
Walton.
was talking to Commissioner Hunter a few times about this and Mr. Kona, and I'm learning enough about it to the point where I'm about to vote for that. So, but I'm going to still hear my colleagues out, but I'm not coming along there, so maybe first part of January.
Okay. All right, Madam Secretary, that motion fails by a vote of 3-3 with Commissioner Goodman, Hunter, and Vice Chair Peterson voting yes, and Commissioner Walther, Weintraub, and myself voting no. The next item is the item 9, which was resolved on tally prior to the meeting. And the next one after that is item 10, meeting dates for 2016. This document is a memorandum from Vice Chairman Peterson. Is there any discussion of this item? All right.
Wait. Oh, believe it or not, I actually have something to say.
All right. Commissioner Weintraub.
I know, everybody's tired and hungry, but this is actually important to me. Meeting dates doesn't sound like something that should require much discussion, but how often we meet actually has a huge impact on how and whether and when we get our work done. And I very much appreciate that I had a very friendly and constructive discussion with the vice chairman, as a result of which he added more meeting dates, which I really appreciate. I also have had a constructive discussion in the last 24 hours with Commissioner Hunter about how we might be able to move forward to perhaps try and address some of our enforcement backlog more effectively. Right now, we have roughly 200 enforcement matters pending in the building, and approximately 60 of them are on Commissioner's desk waiting for decision. And we talk about this a lot, but we're going to have to do something different. We're going to have to work both harder and smarter if we are ever going to reduce that backlog. We have people out there who have complaints filed against them, and it serves nobody's interest to have those complaints pending for months or years on end. The complainant is in a black hole. They write to the government and complain about wrongdoing that they see. Maybe they're right, maybe they're wrong, but they get no answer. And on the other side, you have respondents who are out there with these allegations hanging over their heads, and they would like to get them resolved. Some of these we are never going to agree on. I have suggested to my colleagues, I don't know if there's any appetite for this, that we just have a vote-a-rama, that we figure out which ones we are never going to agree on and line them all up and have the votes and move them off the agenda. We also have talked about grouping things together so that maybe we can dispatch, groups of things more expeditiously. But what we're doing now is really different from the way the commission used to operate. And I've been here long enough to remember. For most of the commission's history, when a ballot was presented to us from OGC, the commissioners voted on it within 72 hours. It's hard to believe that we used to do that, but we did. And in most cases, those were substantive votes. And if commissioners had edits that they wanted to suggest, and that's what we spend a lot of time doing, editing the analysis, then they would immediately start drafting those edits and circulate them to their colleagues for consideration. And so if something was objected to on the grounds that they needed to edit the factual and legal analysis, that happened in fairly short order. Now what happens is virtually everything gets objected to and then sits on people's desks, and nobody pays any attention to the things that they've already objected to until it is put on an agenda, which is why the meeting schedule is so important. And sometimes we don't find out until, close of business the day before the meeting what our colleagues' concerns are or how they would like to see the documents edited, which means we have to put it over again. So, as I said, Commissioner Hunter and I had a constructive discussion about maybe trying a new approach, working together to try and do that, and I appreciate that, and I hope that we can try that, to try and dig into the backlog. But, I suggested several months ago that we give ourselves a deadline of, say, we're going to vote on things within 6 months. Couldn't get support for that. But one way or another, we really need to do something different in order to get our work done here. And I'm obviously going to support the the meeting schedule, but I'm also making a public commitment to my colleagues that I am going to spend part of the time between now and January 14th, our next meeting. Everybody wants to spend some time with their family and have a nice holiday, and I hope you all do, but I'm going to spend part of that time trying to go through the list of cases that are sitting on our desk, those 60 cases, to see if I can come up with either edits that I want to propose on things that I'm holding up, or suggestions for how to move forward, how to group things, or how to perhaps cases that Commissioner Hunter and I might work together on figuring out if there's a path forward on them. I'm making that public commitment to all of you that I'm going to dig into this over the next few weeks, and I challenge you all to make the same effort, because really we have got to do something different, or we will never get caught up. By the time we come back on January 14th, I guarantee you there will be more complaints in the building than there are today. So that's my pitch.
Commissioner Walter.
I move approval of the schedule.
Yes, I hesitate to do this, but because I am looking so forward to the next item on the agenda and have been for a long time. But I do want to say, I mean, look at today, we had significant conversation about matters that we knew where people were on them. And I don't think that's a problem, actually. I mean, I favor some of the robust discussion. So while it is true that a votorama sounds like a good idea, as the person with some experience here, I'm not sure that that's the solution. I do think we need to find solutions to deal with this problem. I agree with you that it's very important for us to do that.
Match my experience of this commission against yours, Madam Chair.
I know you do. It's just maybe because I'm, finishing up my year, trying to do just what you're suggesting in various different ways. And obviously, not that it was necessarily effective, but I think it was effective in the sense that we actually resolved a lot of matters this year. The statistics show that we resolved, and this is not in to cast aspersions or denigrate you, but we resolved more matters this year than we did last year. And so I think that we've got to look at, what it is about the discussion and how we look at things to see if there's ways to do this better, no question. But I'm not criticizing how you did them either. I mean, I just think it's worthy of a conversation between us, but I think just having, a votorama is maybe not going to be effective personally.
Yeah, Madam, I believe that Commissioner Weintraub's proposal to look for ways to group matters is a constructive proposal.
Right.
And it's indeed what I've written about. That
Yes,
we need to
and
be
we've done
able
that.
to group matters either by respondent in some cases or by topic in some cases. And we recently, had a very efficient and productive meeting where we grouped a whole lot of cases on one topic. It also afforded all commissioners to see all of the ways in which that one issue could manifest itself in about 6 or 7 different cases. And now in the last meeting, we just took up another group of cases all around one topic, different parties. And it assists the commission in viewing those cases in the law in a comprehensive way. So I think that's a constructive proposal. It's one we have discussed here at the table. And so I just want to say I think that is a commendable way to proceed.
Well, and I agree. I mean, obviously, we've done that in the last number of meetings, and it's been constructive. I think there's sort of downsides sometimes to those too, because that means that a lot of the cases are really old. And so it's a group of factors that need to be considered, and I'm willing to leave it to my eminent the soon-to-be new chair to come to some of those conclusions about how to do it.
And let me just say, to the extent any commissioners have, because they wanted to group cases together, held matters in the past, those matters, there's only one matter I'm aware of that's being held by this side of the table at this point. Only one matter. Now,
Well, that's not true.
I'm sorry, how many other matters is this side of the table holding? Because I'm aware of, I'm holding one matter. Okay, now, two matters that I was holding, I released. No, but listen, you spent months suggesting that the backlog was caused by holds of this side of the table.
I did not bring this
And
up
I have
today in
the
order
floor,
to cast
Madam- I have
aspersions
the
on
floor, Madam
anyone.
Chair. So,
Right.
so the, I just, I released two matters and we voted on them, and now this side of the table is holding those two matters.
Which we're prepared to vote on today.
Very good, I'm glad. And I've asked the chair to move two additional matters that the chair would not calendar. My point being that there are as many matters being held on that side of the table as this side at this point. We have released holds on everything except one matter. So I just want to be clear that holds are not the issue.
I didn't say anything about holds.
Yes, but you did for months, and here we are at the end of the year. And I just want to be very clear that one of the basis for holds was exactly the proposal that you're making, which is to group matters by some logical connection. And I think I think we can all work together on that. So I just want to, I want to say I appreciate your proposal. Thank you.
I didn't mean to cast any aspersions on the current chair, the previous chair, the chair before that. I guess that was me, the chair before that.
Yeah, well, that.
On anyone. I didn't intend to bring up the hold issue, although I contest your description of it. But my only point is the way we have been doing business is not allowing us to address the backlog, and we have to do something different. That's all.
Okay. All right. Now, we have a vote, yes, on the dates for 2016. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Madam Secretary, that matter passes unanimously. The next item, item 11, election of officers. Is there a nomination for chairman? No nomination? I'm not holding
I'll
over.
nominate Mac.
Commissioner
Thought there
Walther.
might be people who didn't know us and was going to make a few comments, so I'm just going to make it short, Matt. But I mean, I'm honored to nominate Matt for the position of chairman. I mentioned once before that I feel the special kinship to him since our ancestors and even us in our younger years used to share a common environment, which produced a lot of, for most people who were experiencing it, a nice attitude of congeniality and closeness and desire to be part of the really important environment around us. So I think Matt's family raised sheep and ours raised cattle, and usually the sheepmen and the cattlemen don't have a problem, but not anymore, and not at this table. For the record, however, Matt graduated from Brigham Young University with a degree in philosophy, also studied Latin, magna cum laude, something I never had the pleasure to experience. Went on to law school at the University of Virginia on law review. Once again, for me, it's foreign position. Matt went to work for Wiley Ryan for 3 years, and then he worked as counsel to the House Administration for another 3 years. And then he went to the Senate, the Committee on Rules and Administration, for another 3 years. And then he came here, and it's been more than 3 years for some reason. And maybe just because of affection for the position he's got right now. But of Matt, one of his attributes that I find most important is that he's a gentleman's gentleman in all respects. And that goes a long way toward productive relationships with all of us, and I'm looking forward to that. When he was chair before, I think he made the comment about that, and really, he's got a wonderful way with people, and I think we've learned a lot from what we need to try to get done next year. We've talked briefly on the fact that we can pick some low-hanging fruit, but necessary matters, and try and work very hard to get some things done constructively and quickly. So for that, even though my calendar's a little truncated, Matt, it's my honor to nominate you for chair for next year.
All right, are there any other nominations for that position? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor of Vice Chair Peterson for chair signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, Madam Secretary, that passes unanimously, and Matt Peterson will be the chair for 2016. Is there now a nomination for vice chairman? Commissioner Hunter.
Madam Chair, thank you. I would like to nominate Commissioner Walther to serve as Vice Chair of the Commission. We all know Steve has had a distinguished legal career, and he started by co-founding his own law firm in 1972 in Reno, Nevada. He served on numerous professional and judicial organizations. He's a former president of the State Bar of Nevada. He has his law degree from Bolt Hall and his undergraduate degree from Notre Dame, where he studied Russian. That's one thing I didn't know about you, Steve. Didn't know your major was Russian.
Duh.
We could talk about that. I've really enjoyed working with Steve over the past few years and getting to know him. We always have really thoughtful, interesting conversations, both about international politics, domestic politics, hunting, fishing, all kinds of a variety of topics. And although Steve and I generally don't agree on a lot in campaign finance law, he's always willing to listen. And I do think that he really does consider the proposals that we put before him. Sometimes he shuts the door and says, leave me alone, but not very often. He's always willing to listen and think about things. He doesn't always agree with us, but when he does, we really appreciate it. And he's always a top-notch, professional, collegial gentleman. So I look forward to work with you next year as vice chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hunter. Are there any other nominations? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor of Commissioner Walther for vice chair indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Oh, you didn't vote for yourself? Did you abstain? You can vote for yourself.
You didn't need to.
Yeah, all right, Madam Secretary, that motion, that nomination passes by a vote of 5, with one Commissioner Walther not voting for himself.
Can I ask for clarification? Did you vote for your nomination, Mr. Vice Chairman?
I actually did not.
Thank you.
So
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I didn't
it wasn't
hear
a
that.
protest vote. It was just.
All right. Okay. That's good. All right, so they're both sort of unanimous with the subjects not voting for themselves. So let me take a moment of personal privilege to pass the proverbial, not gavel, but I guess I could pass the gavel too, but the proverbial, I don't know what this is called, but it was passed to me by Commissioner Goodman when this vote was taken last year. He received it from a delegation from Africa, as I understand it. And it has the look of somebody who's very pained. And at the time, I didn't fully appreciate the significance of it, but I've had it in my office, and I have to say, this is one really ugly item. I am so happy to pass it over to the new chair, Peterson, and I'll give it to you in a moment. We've augmented it a little bit with something so that you can, it adds flavor to it that comes from our office that's special. But I do want to talk about this commissioner, the new vice chair, new chair Peterson, and kind of reiterate what Commissioner Walther said about you. This has been, I would say, on some people's views, a difficult year, not on others, but I've always felt that we could talk about issues and resolve things that we could resolve and disagree on things that we disagreed. And despite, being animated about some of those issues at times, it was always collegial and cordial, and I appreciate that very much. I appreciate that very much. I think that you will make a fantastic chair, and I hope that you can deal with some of the, little frustrations of being a chair better than I. I'm certain that you will. I'm no question about it, and it's an honor to have worked with you. So thank you very much. And for that, look at this great guy that we got, and it has on it, have you ever heard of Stamp Stampede? It's quite an interesting little group that was started by Ben and Jerry. And Ben and Jerry are against money in politics, and they pass out, they want people to stamp things on dollar bills or $100 bills or whatever, and I guess you haven't received one. But this is for you. You don't feel you have to keep the hat, but we thought it really added something. And here for everybody who can't see the hat, this hat was, well done by someone with a child who knows how to improve every item.
I appreciate that, and I assume it will be my obligation then to augment this further at the end of this year.
I think it will be your obligation somehow, and you can actually put it wherever you want. I don't know where you had it, Commissioner Goodman.
Are you saying that in a pejorative sense?
No. Some people just have nasty minds. This was meant in your office. Yes. You do not have to have it in like a major trophy case, right? A major display. I know it's so beautiful that you're going to want to do that. Anyway, happy that you're going to be chair in 2016. And I hope everybody here has a really good holiday before we. Would you like to? Would you like to give your acceptance speech?
I'm not going to give an acceptance speech. I know what I'm getting into. I've done it before. So I was going to make a motion for reconsideration, but then decided I'd hold off.
No one will vote for it.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly.
I just wanted to say a few words about Chair Ravel and the working relationship that we've had this year. I think that there's been a lot that's happened this year. There always is. The nature of this agency and the way it's structured means that there are always going to be issues of great import, and that those who are here, all of whom are very smart, very committed people, that means that there are going to be disagreements, and that's the nature of not only the way this is structured, but the nature of the subject matter that we regulate. That it's going to generate strong feelings. But throughout this year, I have greatly appreciated Chair Ravel for her commitment to her principles, for the friendship that she's extended me, and I really have really enjoyed my interactions with you all throughout, whether it's chair, vice chair, whether we just happen to run into each other in the hall, whether we were down in, San Diego and walking, back from the Gaslamp district. I really do greatly appreciate the talents that she brings to bear, and for the perspectives that she has in this area of the law and in general. She has a wide range of interests, a very good sense of humor, which I always appreciate. There's a few things in life kind of cut through the tension, like someone who has a good wit and knows how to allow humor to make a situation into a more productive place to be. So I just want to thank you for the excellent job that you've done this year. And again, thank you for your friendship. Congratulate you on being able to yield the gavel and assume a more comfortable seat up here on the dais. But look forward to continuing to work productively here at the commission, and I think that there's a lot of good, important work that we can continue to accomplish while we're here. And just one more thing that I just want to add. You know, the job as chair it's kind of a thankless job.
No.
And it's it reminds me kind of the, there was an old stand-up routine that I heard a number of years ago where a comedian talked about how that the statistics show that married men live longer than unmarried men, but that married women live shorter than unmarried women. And he said, so it really does make sense that when men propose that they should give a wedding ring as some form of compensation for the years that you're going to subtract from their life going forward. And as a chair, you can sometimes feel those years subtracting from your life. And so this is not any sort of this is maybe meager compensation, but we wanted to thank you, and we have this leather folio with the FEC symbol and your name on it that we wanted to present to you, as well as a
That's great. Thank you all.
as an engraved pen with Chair Ann Ravel.
Oh, wow. That's really nice. Thank you.
But like I said, it's small compensation, but
Yeah.
for all the
perfect.
hard work that you've put in this year. But we did want to extend our true appreciation for what you've been able to accomplish this year, and for again all the sometimes headaches that the chair has to put up with.
Didn't get
So,
everyone to come on time, though. So,
probably,
you know, I do have just one thing to add. Thank you all very much for this. I appreciate it. One is, so I was a philosophy major too. How'd that work for you? I was a waitress after graduating from.
Well, there weren't many philosophy companies
No,
hiring after
there were not.
I got my degree, so
No, there were not.
I had to go into law school as a result.
But
so.
it's nice, well, ultimately, as did I, but, you know, I tell people, yeah, I think deep thoughts in everything I do.
That's right.
And I also wanted to add, actually, about your staff, because, well, I said nice things about my staff earlier today. I think the ability to work well with your staff really enhanced our ability to get things done, and it's because and I know you have people leaving, I have people leaving, but I think everybody was worked really well together.
And I would be remiss
appreciate
if I
that.
didn't say the same thing about your staff, about
Okay.
Sarah and Laura, and I appreciated not only their hard work, but I thought the good personal interactions and
Interactions were
relationships
good.
that we had amongst staff, and I think that helps facilitate a lot.
It did. So with that, we will move on to item 12 for the really important point of the day, Mr. Staff Director. Are there any management or administrative matters the commission needs to discuss today?
Madam Chair, I am delighted to say that there are no such matters.
Yes. The meeting is adjourned, and look it's all yours.
Wait, you have one more meeting this afternoon.
Oh, this afternoon, bring it back, bring it back. Yeah, so everyone, it's 20 to 3, and everybody's kind of exhausted and probably hasn't eaten. So what do we say? Can we be